のビルシュ、エラーサルベーション。
ひとひらに願いを乗せて指先から染まる黒よ絶望さえ愛しいほどに死神が微笑んだ手を伸ばしたら届きそうなの真実だと見てる偽りに心がエラにさらわれるままに全てを失っていくせめてもう少しだけ終焉の花は血が彩る幻愛に流した命の後で交した瞳の奥に見つけたたった一つのニコリスの愛永遠にあなたを思
終焉のビルシュ、
that,
エ
we
ラーサルベー
stopped.
ション。
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Boxcat. Change the angle. The kind of works a little better. All right, I think we can make this work. Anyway, I'm Boxcat. Welcome. If you don't know me, I stream otome games, mostly. Some horror games, some other types of games, anime, a bunch of stuff, variety. But tonight, as you can see, we're doing Virce Evermore Error Salvation. It always amazes me just how
エラーサ
quickly
ルベーション。
the game goes to the opening. I need to turn myself up. At least that's what it feels like. Give that a shot. Maybe try this. All right. Let's give that a shot. All right, so we are currently on Yves' route. Well, actually, we're grabbing his other despair roots. Last time we grabbed one of the two despair roots of Yves. But at the end, if you get the correct one for like proceeding, you get like an ending credit type of thing. We didn't get that, so that means we got the wrong despair end last time. So tonight we are gonna get the correct one. So I need to look at the scene list, right? No, it was flow check. No. Alright. So, alright, let me get up the guide. That way, make things move a little quicker. I am so thankful for that, like, skip button they have in this game. Like, literally, you can just go to... It literally skips over to the next multiple choice scene. So which one did we get last? Crimson Nicaris? Yeah, we got that one. So we are aiming for... Dark Love. That doesn't sound healthy. Okay, so... Okay. Oh wait, no, that's common, right? Okay. Should have told me what chapter that thing was. Alright, let me look at the, Oh, there is something unread there, so that also helps narrow things down. Okay, let's just go here and we'll... I know it's quite far back, but the skip feature I mentioned, that will help. It might take a little bit, but, you know. At least this will ensure we get the correct one. The first day of work, yay! My first day at work finally arrived. She sounds so happy about it. It's cute. Should I bring you guys up to speed on the last despair routes? If you don't want to know, mute for like the next 10 seconds, starting now. Okay, so basically we got buried alive to save the country. I mean, it worked, but... Alright, we're good. Okay, so we need to get to where the question is. So it's somewhere in here. Oh, wait, I think I can just use the... Okay, what? Yes. See this feature. And again, thank you so much to the person who let me know this was actually a thing. I forget who it was, but I think it was one of my mutuals on Twitter. Ah, yeah, this is the correct one. Good, 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 good. Okay, so we're wanting to pick a small model car. The thing that especially caught my eye was a small model car, which is where? Probably behind the multiple choice. Is it right? It's a... What do you call it? Not NASCAR, the little toy cars. I forget what they're called. Oh, okay. Oh. You know, it always impresses me, like, how people can make things like this so intricately. When I go to, like, art, like, fairs that have, like, artist venues, I like looking at their stuff. Sometimes they're glass workers, sometimes there's, woodworkers that have neat stuff. Sometimes jewelry makers. That's just fun. Is this a wooden model? Yes, it is. At first, I thought you guys made it, but...
ああ、それは俺がクルーンを開いた頃に初めて受けた依頼の報酬としてもらったものなんだ。
Oh, that's cute. Because remember, in the beginning, Yves wasn't very fond of actually taking money. Hugo had when Hugo joined, he had to enforce the whole, actually being paid for their services. Otherwise, how are they supposed to stay afloat? That's a reward I got for the first order, after I opened Croon.
5歳ぐらいの男の子だったかな。お金がないからその代わりにってね。
Aw, 5-year-old kid. Okay, that makes sense too. My client was a kid about 5 years old. He didn't have money, so that was his payment. Sounds like a really lovely reward. Yves said that the boy got it from someone else, but he still seemed very happy.
本人は申し訳なさそうに
Yves
して
is
たけ
such a
ど、
sweetie. He's a
正
cutie.
直お金をもらうより嬉しかったよ。
He looked like he felt bad for paying with a model, but it's worth more than money to me.
俺も当時は自動車なんて数えるほどしか見たことなかったからさ。
Especially when I'd only seen a handful of cars back then, true? True, in this world, in the time that they are, only the wealthy and the, what is it, queen? I'm not sure if it is, usually own a car. Like Mathis owns a car. And Cyan. But like, Adolf and Cerez, they don't have access to cars. And even Lucas. I believe Lucas was like middle class, so even middle class don't have easy access to cars. It's more of a rich family thing, I guess, at this point. I could picture a slightly younger Yves happy with the model. If so, then this model was actually An important memento to the start of Karun.
これ以外にも報酬とは別のお礼としてみんなから手作りの品をもらうことが多くてね。どれも思い出深い俺の大切な宝物。
Aside from this, I get a lot of handmade items as rewards, and each one of them are special treasures to me. Then I'll be sure to take special care of them. You do know they can be damaged if you don't keep the place clean, right? Oh, he's OCD clean compared to Sign. He's doing just fine.
おっしゃる通り今後は忙しいのを言い訳に掃除をおろそかにしないよう気をつけるよ。
I'm guilty of this. I need to clean. I actually do. I'll do it on next day off. You're right. I'll make sure to keep the place clean and not use my busy schedule as an excuse. I continued looking around the house, with Yves explaining along the way, until we finally came upon a large bookshelf. Okay, and this is the part where it intersects with the records and us wanting to look into them to see if we can find anything about Burrow. Still not sure if I'm saying his name right. If you don't know, Burrow is the he's the one going around murdering people.
Mm. リライバーとして延命した人が前回と同じ依頼をすることも珍しくはないからね。
Yes, same work for this.
参考資料としていつでも読み返せるように、こう
Yeah.
して細かく
Okay,
記録を
so
記
now
し
at
てるん
this
だ。
point, we have already gone through this. So we can skip on to the next one. Seeing Yves utterly disappointed, we praise his creativity. Which we did, so we were actually correct on this one originally. Although all of them do sound good. But, you know, if someone's feeling down, praise them. That's a good way to cheer them up. If you're wondering why he's feeling down, it's because, at this point, the whole of, Grim? Yeah. was like, thank God! Someone here who can actually cook! Thank you, Saras! As I guess Yves is usually the cook. And he, if you don't know, he can't cook. Well, he can cook, but it turns out into really weird things that sometimes poison you. So... He's trying. Keep at it, baby. Yves, I think you're really creative when it comes to cooking. Remember the way you sliced the fish before? That was actually really impressive. With like very, very thin slices. Like glass. Like, I feel like that would be hard to do. Thanks. I'm glad that at least the way my dishes look is good. Our conversation slowly shifted away from what was supposed to be my ability to cause misfortune to others. Still, this feels nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we've gone through this. So... Okay. So I don't know if this will be a long stream or a short stream for completing Yves's thing. Because I thought it would be a short stream when we did Lucas's, but it ended up being like 3 hours. It usually ends up being the last parts. As I end up reading the whole thing. And that's what takes up the most time. Anyway. Okay, we're supposed to say, nah, you're not very convincing. You're not very convincing with all these sheep around you, Yves. He is the king of the sheep. They bow down to him. I purposely chose not to answer him directly. I didn't want to affirm or deny what he said without knowing him better. I don't want to trust the Yves I've only just heard about over the Yves I already know in front of me. This Yves playing with sheep isn't someone I'm looking at as kind or good. Oh, he's playing with sheep. All I can see is a happy Yves having fun. So if you want me to believe that you're not to be trusted, I'll wait until you set the mood elsewhere to prove it.
確かに。せめて依頼が終わってから言うべきだったかな。
You're right. I should have said that after we were done with work. Not surrounded by sheep. We leisurely... or sorry, the bot. We leisurely relaxed our bodies as we smiled amongst the bleating of sheep and the gentle sound of the wind. Yves disclosed to me the truth of having an ulterior motive behind his kindness. It wasn't until some time later that I learned what he meant. I found out a few hours later. After receiving our money for the work, they could have just said one or the other. The three of us walked together through the town, redded by the setting sun. Pretty.
この後はどうする？金も入ったことだし、
Oh,
酒
is
場
this
に
where
よ
to
っ
find
て
the dead
酒でも
bodies?
飲んでくか？
I think it might be. How about we grab a drink at the
それならア
bar?
ドルフも誘おうよ。最近忙しくて一緒に食事すらできてなかったし。
It could be. Anyway, let's go on to the next one. We've already gone through this. I keep trying to decide whose route I like the best. And like, it's so hard. I believe I was correct originally here. Yeah, stroke his hair. And don't... You would want it too, it looks soft. Noticing how soft his hair looked, I stroked it gently. Oh yeah, he's sleeping on her lap, and then all the other Korean members who are here are like, "Hey, couple, go get a room," and we're like, "No, no, it's not like that." He best rubbed his cheek against my lap. Not just once, but repeatedly, as though he was snuggling against me. Aww. Yves, that tickles. Adolf's over here like, oh gosh, please stop. This is weird. It wasn't surprising to see Adolf bring his fist down on Yves' head, but protective older brother. Yves didn't budge or react one bit, and instead continued to sleep soundly. Damn. Must be tired. He is kinda cute like this. It was strange to think of how much more innocent he looked when he was asleep.
暑いね。俺も可愛い恋人に
Yep, and
膝
here's
枕してもらいたいわ。
the court members. Teasing us. Would you look at that? Wish I could rest my head on a pretty low lap.
知ってるか？今クーネではあいつらの影響で恋人を作るやつが増
Here
えてる
seems
んだっ
like
て
the
よ。
others in Koen have been finding someone for themselves too because of them. Which actually, this ended up being like a huge plot point here. So it ends up the murderer was going after couples. Who were unintentionally getting people to want to find love. Anyway, on to the next one. We've done this. The flower is so pretty. Okay, we're supposed to say it's hard to explain. So I did, wrong last time. In response to his inquiry, it's hard to explain. I'm sorry. I can't fully answer your question. There are so many emotions that Yves brings out in me that's... I simply can't put it into words. To the point that I can't breathe. The only thing I could say for sure was... being with Yves and the connection I now have with the others because of Yves has brought joy to my life. Everyone's so precious to me that I don't want to lose them. Even the time itself is precious to me. I know I don't have a right to hope for anything I've said.
いいんじゃねえの？優しい彼が好きだから支えたいとか、こびられるよりずっといい答えだ。
I forgot how he reacted last time. I think he didn't quite like the answer, but he didn't hate it. You answered well enough. It was better than trying to get on my good side and saying just how kind he is. You like just how kind he is. It seemed my answer satisfied him. Hugo tipped his glass toward me, and I tapped it with mine. The clink rang softly through the glass, with only the ice remaining. Right. So now we can continue skipping, as we've done this. Yes. So next... Oh yes, next is the part where, yeah, here. So literally had a save file on this this multiple choice where we started the stream, and we actually did get the correct answer number of bodies. I like this part, like problem solving mysteries. Huddle told me that any minor detail, whether about the wounds or the victim's traits, might lead to something. I wonder what happens if you say, look closer to photos. I don't want to do it, but, you know, maybe later. Bodies. Excuse me, Jean? Do the photos show the images of all the victims that were at the scene?
Oh
yes. He's here. I'm still mad at him. I hold my grudges. I won't forgive him. Even if he is cute. Yes. Unless there were any we overlooked, is there something on your mind? Well, it might not be yes. Well, it might just be a coincidence, but... there are an even number of bodies in each of the photographs. Couples, like I said. Or rather, it looks like there are always two bodies near each other. As if it was decided in advance that they would die together. I see what you mean. I hadn't noticed it since I was focused on taking the photographs.
それに二人一組って言われて気づいたんだけど。
I noticed something else now that you brought up the idea of the bodies being in pairs.
これ、各遺体の数がすべて。
Take a look.
男
Aren't
女
there an
一
equal
組ずつ
number
の
of
同数
female
に
and
な
male
ってない。
victims? Couples. Are they coincidentally all male and female, none like same sex?
一つならともかく全ての現場でってのは。
I'm trying to look at the other photos. I didn't look at those before. I love how they only have one alleyway. It's always the same alleyway. I know it's for, like, they can't just create, like, 5 different alleyways for the game, but... I just find it kind of funny, because it feels like the same damn alleyway where all the murders are committed. Happening once is one thing, but at every site?
それに見てくださいこれ。
Look at this one.
よく見ると全部の遺
If
体
you
の
look
腕や
closely at
足
their
に
arms and legs, you can see relief marks.
他の写真も同様のようです。
They're in the other photos as well.
確信にこそ至りません
We
が、
can't say for certain,
どちらも偶然
but
にしては
those details across all the photographs can hardly be called a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Not fully, at least. Anyway. We have the knowledge, we have the power, we can move on. We've already read this, technically, still. Okay, so we have done both for this. One of the two leads to a bad end. So we are supposed to hold on to it because if we go outside, we get murdered by a crowd of angry civilians. It's great. Transmitters were very costly. Adolf wasn't going to be able to do much without it. Then again, I shouldn't go out right after Yves told me to stay put inside. I'll talk to Yves about it when he gets back. I set Adolf's transmitter down the next to Yves's so it won't be forgotten. It was late already, so I decided to get the bed ready for Yves to sleep in as soon as he returned. Yep, there's the civilians. Suddenly, I heard a noise from outside. I turned around and looked at the entrance, wondering what it was. The door shook violently with awful sounds. What the? Puffy, save us! If the puffer fish in the bowl is Puffy. It definitely wasn't just the wind. Alright, so we have gone through this. We can continue on. Again, it's civilians trying to knock down the door. They didn't get in, but, you know, it's still scary. Like they really, really want us dead. I think they're all very single-minded in this, like, assumption that we're deaf. That we're the cause of everything. Alright, in this one... I picked the wrong one. I was supposed to say I think they're lying. I don't believe the article. I think the royal family made this up on their own. Oh, definitely did. The royal family are shit.
俺も同感。シアン
Yeah,
さんが
I
全て
agree.
を理解して
I
るなん
can't
て
say
言わないけ
understand
ど、
Cyan fully, but my husband, my boy.
少なくともシアンさんは何の根拠もなく人を犯罪者扱いするような人じゃないよ。
At the very least, Cyan isn't the type of person to brand someone a criminal without solid evidence. True.
するなら証拠をしっかり提示して自分の口から堂々とだろうね。
If anything, I think he'd be proud of his findings and announce them to the public. So no one's come to arrest us because the royal family just got ahead of themselves? If that was true, they probably were afraid of Cyan to act on it. Mm-hmm. Like, he literally is. They might call themselves the royal family, but in all honesty, he's the one who controls the country. He has the power, not them. Just make him king already. No, he wouldn't want that. He wouldn't want to take on that responsibility. He just wants to do his job.
民や有力者の不満の矛先を俺たちに向けるためだろうね。
Yeah, so basically we're the scapegoats is why we're in the newspaper. Basically, Yves and Ceres. Like, the cause of all the murders. Horrible people. Stuff like that. So we're a scapegoat, basically. Been trapped in this house for weeks. It's just like COVID. No, it kind of is. At least for us, Yves still goes out. Rarely, but he does. So we're supposed to exit from the back, because if we peek out the window, we go outside and kill a guy. And then we get killed. So exit from the back. We must flee. I knew going outside now was a bad idea, but if someone's outside now, that means they're up to no good. There were only a few legitimate reasons as to why someone would try to sneak in someone else's house. If this person decided to break the window and come inside, there would be no good way of defending ourselves. I took a quick glance at Yves' sleeping face before gathering my courage to go outside. Oh yeah, at this point, Yves is actually, he's caught a cold, so he's in bed. He's in bed sick. Poor baby. So yeah, there you can see what the civilians have done earlier at the last attempt to break the door. And now they're trying to put the house on fire. Wonderful. They're such great people. I say let them burn. Hey, we better get the fire going before Death finds out. I have a name! Calm down. I already poured the oil, so once we set it on fire, the place should burn to the ground. I discovered 2 men trying to set fire to Yves' precious Lycoris Neochus. No! I raised my voice and dashed toward the men. The man slowly moved the flaming torch up to the glistening black petals. I pushed the man hard from behind, giving me the opportunity to make my next move. I endured the heat as I stomped out the flames from the torch that fell to the ground. She found us. They're all crazy. So now you're planning on cursing us yourself? Although, are they? No, I mean, they're kind of crazy, but... Actually, now that I think back on what we learned at the end of the Roots, maybe they're not crazy. I mean, they are crazy, but like... They're not wrong. But they're not right. Nor is there a way to solve the issue. Right. That's not how you solve issues. You've got it all wrong. I just want you to leave Yves alone. He's just a victim. He's worked at Karun all this time so he can help everyone and... Just leave Yves out of it. Leave my boy out of it. He stopped deserving our gratitude the moment he took you in, Death. 7 years ago, if he hadn't saved you, we wouldn't be in this mess. The 2 yelled at the top of their lungs, and one of them turned toward me with an axe in hand. I could feel their malice clearly. They weren't just here to harass us. They were here with the serious intention of killing us. This was far different than the hatred they expressed before. Even though I had always been despised, I didn't truly understand the range of human emotions until now. Aren't they supposed to not have emotions? You know, because they're relivers? The man held his axe up and ran toward me. I couldn't escape. If I ran now, they would only go after Yves, who was still sleeping soundly inside. I need to at least save Yves. Maybe he could escape if I made it seem like he wasn't inside. The heavy iron cut through the air. I closed my eyes, expecting my end to come. Suddenly, a shadow jumped out from in front of me. And remember, he's sick. Before it landed, the blade was stopped by a drawn sword. Yves?
下がって
I like the music that goes on during these scenes. Move back. Okay. I followed his command and quickly moved behind Yves' back. Yves struck the axe away and stood in front to protect me.
聞いてくれ。俺は君たちと争いたくない。
Please leave. I don't want to fight you two.
うるせえ
Shut up! No, you shut up.
そいつを殺さなくちゃ俺たちの生活に平穏は戻ってこないんだ
Hello, I'm gonna call you Tizian. Welcome in. I'm gonna translate that. I'm not fluent in any other language. Barely fluent in English. So, I'll translate. Yes, I am Peruvian. I have the Peruvian nose. No. I'm adopted. I was born in Peru. I was adopted by a Caucasian couple. I live in the US now. Oh, you don't know English. Okay, it translated as not if you're English. So, like I thought you were saying like okay, but you don't know English. Right. Anyway, if you just want to sit here and listen, that's fine. I will translate if you want to speak, but otherwise, welcome in. The man with the axe and the other with the plow, really a plow, charged toward Yves at once. Under normal circumstances, Yves would be able to easily suppress the two men without harming them, but... No, I don't know Spanish. I do know no habla español. That's all I know though. And a few little words. Like, what's this? Nothing that can actually be used in the conversation. Yeah, I don't know Spanish. I tried relearning it, but it just didn't stick. I almost failed my Spanish class. I did. Since he hadn't fully recovered yet, Yves winced in pain. The best he could do was keep parrying the incoming attacks. Losing his balance, Yves fell on his knee. I am Peruvian. A crushing blow was aimed to his head from high above. No! I quickly grabbed the man's arm and used all the strength I had left in me to stop him. Just die! Rude. The man pulled back his axe. It sliced through the air toward a defenseless death. Again, we have a name. No. As the shadow of the deathly blade fell upon my golden hair, Cerez! Okay. And we'll continue on to the next multiple choice when the scene ends. The blade missed. Yves jumped in and covered me from the slash. Oh yeah, 'cause that's how his mask came off. And then he had the whole panic attack. The blade grazed his mask. In that moment, the gentle moonlight began to peek through the night clouds. Don't look! It's really not that bad. I mean, it's not pretty, but it's not so horrifying to run away. And you, sir, are being banned because I don't live this life. Problem solved. Which, if anyone tries this kind of shit, you will be banned. I have no mercy. I am here for fun, not dating, not giving anyone, I know, sexual entertainment or something like that. I'm just here playing my Otome games, okay? Jeez. I can't stand when people do that. The moonlight's touch was gentle yet cruel. And I just realized, for some reason my chat isn't on. Why is that? Oh, did it delete all messages? Oh, okay, I guess it did. Okay. I guess all his messengers took up that space. It's probably what happened. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I panicked there for a sec, because I'm like, why is it blank? Alright. Anyway, back to the story. It shone upon Yves' bare face, to drive away the shadow that had long hidden it. Poor baby. He's still lovable. Yves cried out, and tried his best to cover his face with his hand, but it was too late. I could see now. The words couldn't even begin to describe it. Aww. Don't look at me, Ceres. Please. For some reason, I'm just thinking of that SpongeBob episode where Patrick's holding up SpongeBob and he's like, look at it! Look at it! Look at it! where SpongeBob thinks he's like so hideous that it's making people run away, but it's actually the smell of his breath. For some reason, that just comes to mind. Unfortunately, I was already gazing at him. Gazing at Yves' face in full. His scorched skin was the color of obsidian. Honestly, I'm surprised his eye is okay. You know, if that whole part of the face was injured so badly, I'm surprised his eye is fine. Or even his ear. Anyway, the red lines running through it glowed and pulsated intermittently. It was as though another life form was living inside him, moving, squirming. I then heard trembling voices around me. They're so mean! Monster! No, they're the monsters. The man's scream cut through Yves' heart. He's hideous! Now I know why Death possessed you to act as her defender. God. I want to punch these people. They're so mean to him. I need to protect my baby. Run for it. He can kill us just by cursing us through his eyes. That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen. Heard. Oh, baby. You need to remind me. It's been a while, but it still hurts. Yves weakly looked down at the ground. The men ran off screaming until we could hear them no more. I wasn't sure what to say in response to something so shocking. But Yves was in front of me, with his head lowered, clearly suffering. I couldn't leave him like this. I carefully called out to him when... Yves threw his sword aside. He covered his face with both hands, trying to run away. I couldn't let him be hurt and alone. My emotions guided me forward. Yves! I reached out to him, and somehow managed to grasp his clothes before he could slip away. Please don't go! Please don't isolate yourself. I pleaded for him to stop, but Yves was still shuddering with fear. It wouldn't listen. Don't look! Don't look! Don't look! Let me go! He struggled hard to hide his face and tried to break free from my hold. At some point, Hugo comes in here. No! If I let go of you, you'll never come back. True, he probably wants... I had no proof of it, but I felt certain that he would disappear forever. At the very least from her life. I couldn't let him. I had thought so many times of leaving before, but that was because I was the one who should leave. I don't want my dear Yves to end up all alone. As we struggled, I fell to the ground. I bore the pain and once again got up to cling to Yves, when suddenly... Yep, here comes Hugo. You damned idiot! A shadow running toward us quickly threw a blanket over Yves' head. Blanket, cloak, whatever. Suddenly, I felt the strength begin to leave Yves' body. His consciousness slowly faded and his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Hugo! I smiled with relief when I saw Hugo catch Yves before he fell, but then Hugo got angry with us. That's actually kind of hurts here. I mean, I knew he didn't like us, but it kind of hurts. Don't you touch Yves' death! It's because of you that everything in Yves' life has turned to nothing. And so we were blamed. And thrown on a guilt trip. And it wasn't fun, and feelings were hurt, and Hugo left. And yeah. Anyway, let's move on to the next scene. That's pretty much what happens next. Oh, then there's the cute scene. The cute scene is, I think, is coming up too, but you know, that's... I don't want to spoil too much for anyone, any first-timers. So... Oh, we're actually before the cute scene. So, let me get back to the guide. Okay, apparently this is... Wait, that means we got it already. Or maybe not. It's supposed to refuse? We'll see what happens, because I'm like, we didn't get the thing at the end, so I assumed we didn't get the correct ending. But oh well, let's just see what happens. If not, I'll yeah. Alright, refuse. Hugo's anger was well justified. If only I had left Yves sooner. If only I had died before meeting Yves. I knew that I didn't deserve him. Yet I kept letting myself be reassured by his kind words. It was all my fault. How could I be so foolish? My identity wasn't of any concern now. My existence had transformed into a weapon that could kill my precious Yves. My mind drifted to the knives in the kitchen. I wanted nothing more than to take one and stab myself through my shameless heart. But...
こちらこそ
I did press refuse, right?
生きていてくれてありがとう。
Same to you. Thanks for being alive and...
君との再会を手
I'm
繰り寄せ
deeply
てくれた
grateful to the Lycrises
リコリ
for
ス
the
たち
miracle
が
of
起こした
reuniting
奇
me
跡
with you
に
once again.
心から
He saved my life. Knowing that, I couldn't throw away my life so easily. The only one who could tell me to die was... Hold on. This is from the... No. I feel like I picked the wrong one, because I swear that's if I... Oh, wait, maybe I'm just... I mean, okay. Yeah, because Hugo asked, like... He was gonna kill us based on a question. It's like, would you die to, save him or something? I forget, but okay, I think maybe we actually are on the right path. Okay, well, we'll just go with it. See where it leads. Actually, I'm gonna save. How do I save again? Oh, X, I think. Okay, actually, look at Photoshop. Okay, see. Because we got the ending Crimson Lycrises. Am I following the wrong one? I swear I'm following the right one. Yeah, model car, creativity. You're not convincing, stroke hair, hard to explain. Number of bodies, hold on to it. Think you're lying, accept back, refuse. That should give us dark love, but we have crimson lycracies, and I remember this happening in our playthrough of where we got the crimson lycris, and or maybe it just diverts later. Maybe that's what's happening. Oh, it's refused because the other one, I believe, is a dead end. Okay, okay. Alright, let's continue then. Thank you, 11 Pixie, and welcome in. Yves and Yves alone. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists to prevent me from nodding in compliance. I didn't care if my hands became bloody. Okay, good to know. Okay, I was afraid we were on the wrong path. Thank you. Seeing that I wasn't complying,
あんたが
if
メソメソ泣いて口先だけの謝罪を繰り返す女ならすぐにでも叩き切ってた。
if you're crying and apologizing, trying to make excuses, I would have just killed you myself. Huh?
ああ、すっきりしたわ。
Okay, I'm good now. Hugo sheathed his sword, then looked up to the ceiling with a groan.
前イブに言われたんだわ。
Yves told me before.
あんたのことが苦手なら我慢する必要なんてない。堂々と嫌ったっていい。
That if I didn't like you, there was no need to put up a front. He said I could tell you myself. I mean, it is good to know that, his true feelings, again, still hurts.
俺が嫌う分、自分があんたを愛するからってよ。
The reason he told me that was because he said the more I hate you, the more he can love you. Yves said that?
だからお言葉に甘えて本音をぶちまけたんだ。
Which is why I
どん
took
だ
that
けひどい
offer
暴言を吐こうが、
and told you
お
everything.
優しいイブがあん
Figured
たを
Yves was
慰めてくれると思ってよ。
figured Yves would console you no matter how much I insult you. How far are we? Actually, let me look at the chart again. Do we have any choices after where we are? New. I mean, we could just do the like we did before. Because I don't know where it diverts. And I don't want to skip too far. Because we already played the first ending. But everything you said was true. Hugo!
ああ、そうだよ。俺は自分が間違ったことを言ってるとは思わねえ。
I'm actually gonna switch to my headphones. I love the music to this. It's so pretty. Turn this down a little bit though. Alright. Yeah, it was. I know what I said isn't wrong at all.
でも俺はあんたに負けちまったからな。
That said, I lost to you. lost?
悔しいことにあんた、イブのあの火傷を見て、驚きはしたが、逃げなかっただろう。
I hate to admit it, but when you saw Yves' scar, even though you were surprised, you didn't run from him.
それどころか、自分を醜いと叫ぶイブに手を伸ばして引き止めた。
Instead, you reached out to stop Yves from hiding his face and running away.
その光景を見た瞬間、負けたと思ったよ。
It was then that I realized I lost to you. I really do think Hugo liked Yves,
さすがは死神がもたらしたやけど、
like more than friends.
残す傷跡も一味違うよな。
Guess I gotta hand it to death to leave such a scar. Not like any old born, is it?
俺も初めて見たときは情けなく悲鳴を上げて腰を抜かしちまったよ。
When I first saw it, I screamed so pathetically I fell to the ground.
俺はあいつのうごめくやけど跡が恐ろしくて仕方ない。
I'm still scared of how his scars keep pulsating like that.
さっきだって人目を避けるためじゃなく傷に直接触れるのが嫌で。
The reason why I covered him earlier wasn't because I wanted to hide his face, but because I didn't want to touch the scars.
顔を服で覆うようにかぶせたんだ。あの黒いシミ、呪いが自分に映るんじゃねえかって反射的にな。
I felt like I would be cursed if I did. So I threw my cloak over him without thinking. I guess an automatic reaction? Although it still implies that he's scared of Yves. Or rather, his face. You let out a sigh.
なんつうか、あいつに必要なのは理解じゃなくて共感だったんだな。
I guess what he needed wasn't someone who could understand him, but someone who could empathize with him.
あんた、あいつが大事にしてるリコリス・ノワージュも綺麗だって言ったんだって。
I heard that you actually said that the licorice neurges he's been taking care of are pretty or something. Yes, I've been visiting that field of licorice ever since I was little. I know this sounds strange, but the flowers feel like they're part of my family.
そうか。俺はあんな花を守る使命なんか捨てちまえっていつも口う
He
る
is
さ
a
く言
flower
ってた。
child. I see. I keep telling him to forget his mission and leave those flowers alone.
あいつの安全を考えての説得だったが、結局のところ俺はイブらしさを潰して普通の人間に寄せようとしたってことだよな。
I thought I was helping him, but I guess all I was doing was crushing his real self to try to make him into a normal person.
自分と同じ目線で生きてほしいって独りよがりに押し付けてたんだ。
I was pushing my ego onto him by wanting him to live like me. Hugo,
けど俺の価値観
I
は
just
至
remembered
極
what
立派な
comes
ものだ
next.
ぜ。あの傷や災いの花を受け入れられるあんたたちの価値観の方が大概なんだ。
Oh, fine, we'll go through the suffering again. But my values are totally normal. You two are the strange ones, loving those cursed flowers and not being afraid of his scars.
だから異常者同士でお似合いなんじゃねえの。
So, maybe you two make the perfect weird match. And with that, Hugo headed to the entrance. His gait was noticeably lighter than before. I could no longer sense any ill will from him.
イブが目を覚ましたら俺にいじめられたって正直に言えよ。
When Yves wakes up, be honest and let him know I was bad-mouthing you. He turned around and gave his usual smile.
そうしたらきっとイブはあんたを傷ついた分愛してくれるだろうからな。
That way, Yves will shower you with his love to make up for the pain I caused you. Hugo! I called out to him before he could leave. I won't tell him anything. If there's something I want to argue about, I'll say it to you, not him. Oh, but I'm not used to arguing or fighting, so maybe some other day? Can I complain to you about how scary you were? I mean, he was pretty scary. He really, really went on a little a rant there. It's like hit after hit after hit. Hugo blinked a few times at the words that even I knew didn't make much sense. His shoulders shook a bit and he smiled.
なんだそりゃ。喧嘩の予告なんて初めて聞いた。
We're fighting in the Denny's. I'll meet you at the Denny's. Now back. Yeah, it's complicated. It is complicated, because his hatred for us makes me not like him, but he's been, like, pretty good to Yves. And in other words, helpful. So, I kind of do like him. It's so sad. What the hell are you saying? First time I had someone ask me for a fight.
けどそいつが惚れ込んじまったのはそういうところなんだろうな。
Well, I guess that's what drew him to you. His smile strangely made him look like he was crying. He's crying internally. Hugo then grabbed his chest and left Karun. He grabbed his chest. Okay, first question. 11 Pixie, have you played this route before? Because if not, I don't want to give my little theory and spoil too much. Okay. So, in the last bad end, we did learn that part of the reason people die around Ceres is because of the she's apparently part Lycoris. The Lycoris is a poisonous. And in a way, she is kind of sort of poisonous. So I wonder if him grabbing his chest here is actually a related to his death that's coming up. Because I think they did say something about him, he died a different way than the others. And I think he was actually crying there. I could hear a familiar voice moving away from me. My eyelids were so heavy, it felt like they were glued shut. Why was I asleep in bed?
思い出せない。
I can't remember a thing. Yves! I heard someone calling my name. I needed to say something. I needed to help fulfill the person's wish so that it would come true. Or else no one would love me because of my hideous face. I felt... Baby!
スレス
I opened my eyes, and the first thing that came in sight was Ceres. She looked so sad. I wondered what happened to her while I was asleep. I looked into her translucent, beautiful eyes. There was a red glimmer. It was the gruesome face of a horrible monster. I really wish he'd stop calling himself a monster. He's a good guy. My memories returned, and with them came despair.
見られた
She saw my face. My hideous and disgusting face. Of all people, she was the one I least wanted to see it.
出て行ってくれこれ以上俺の醜い顔を
Please
見
leave.
ないでくれ
I don't want you to look at my ugly face anymore. He deserves all the love in the world. I grabbed the bed sheets and ran to the corner of the room to hide under them. I did the best I could, but I still couldn't stop shaking.
もうダメだ
It's all over. I do understand his fear, because so far everyone else has left him. So, obviously he would think that Ceres would. Oh yeah, the thing that happens when they act up. Oh yeah, because it was like if you have feelings, you feel feelings of love for someone, like, 5 times or something like that, then your heart malfunctions and you die. I forgot about that. Thank you. So I guess he was just walking down the alleyway and he was thinking of Yves and had feelings and then bloop. Although I think he was crying, so he was probably crying because he lost Yves to Ceres. That's sad. She was gonna leave me. She was gonna hate me. She was going to tell me I was a monster.
ずっと愛してあげるって偉そうに言っておきながら
I told you I would love you no matter what, but
今の俺は愛することよりも君に与えてもらうことばかりを考えてる
instead of giving you my love, I'm only thinking about the love I can get from you. Yves. My wish, everything. If she said that I disgusted her and rejected everything I said,
彼女にもう愛してもらえない
she'll never love me. Oh, we do love you. Oh, sweet boy. It just makes me sad. I buried my face as much as I could, but... Yves. Oh no, I already played through the game once. We're aiming for the I guess true despair end, because we got Crimson Lycris end last playthrough. But I noticed in the I guess true despair endings, you get the ending credits and the song. We didn't get that last time, so I concluded that we need to do a little redo and get the correct one. So that's today's plan. That means I have to watch Hugo die again. Or Yves break down again. Damn it. I was holding on so well last time until you called him brother, then I just broke. She gently pulled the sheet away. I'm sorry. Before I knew it, she was knocked in front of me. She removed the sheet from me completely. I could see the monster reflected in her eyes. I know it's cruel of me to say this, since I'm the one who caused those burns. You're so beautiful.
今
What
彼女は何と言った
did she just say? I really didn't understand. I looked up in disbelief, and she responded so endearingly. Your scars are beautiful. Look, the colors are the same as the Lycris Neogus. My eyes widened, and she gently caressed my hideously burned face. Just looking at it reminds me of the warm feeling I had when we spent time together in that field. I know I'm saying something terrible, but I just couldn't hold my feelings back anymore. It does, it's really touching. What was going on here? I know you're trying to become a reviver so that you can get rid of your scars, Yves. What was she? But as ruthless as I might be, these scars of yours are so lovely. What was this feeling? My heart ached as I kept repeating the words she spoke over and over in my mind. Those tear streaks. A tear rolled down from my hideous eye.
ずるいよ
It's not fair.
そんなこと言われたら
You're making it impossible for me to
こ
get
の
rid
や
of my
けどを
burns.
治す気が失せちゃうじゃないか
After hearing you say that. I had heard so many people express pity, wishing that my scars would disappear. I already made the decision to give up on being accepted for who I was, and to escape from everything by becoming a reviver. The truth be told, he just wanted to be loved for who he is.
この傷ごと愛してるって誰かに言ってほしかった
I wanted anyone to tell me that they loved my scars. I didn't want to just sweep away what happened. After all, my scars were a part of me, and proof of the life I had lived.
君に向けるこの気持ちは
There's something I need to say to you.
リライバーになれば消えるから。伝えるつもりは一切なかったんだ。
I wasn't gonna say it because it would disappear the moment I became a reliver. I couldn't hold back anymore. Her loving words made me realize that this feeling I kept away deep inside my heart,
俺はもう無意味な博愛は振りまきたくない。
I don't want to express meaningless love to everyone anymore.
セレス、好きだ。
Cerez,
大好きだ。
I love you. I really love you.
この美しい感情を捧げたいと願うのは君一人だけ。
You're the only one worthy of having this beautiful feeling inside my heart.
愛してる。
I love you. A word I kept using without a single thought. It may have lost the gravity I intended, but it was the only word that could describe the feelings I had. I could only hope that she accepted it. Her next words seemed afraid to come out.
自分が愛を向けられる可能性を一度として考えたことがなかったんだろうな。
I never once thought it was possible that someone could actually love me. Everyone else looked away from me. Just accept the love, Cerez. Just accept it. I'm not sure what to say. I know I don't have the right to hear those words from you, but I can't bring myself to refuse. I smiled at her response.
じゃあそれ以外の方法で返事が欲しい。
Then, how about you give me your answer in a different way? She blushed for a moment, then. Brought her red lips to my scars and kissed them gently.
ちゃんとした返事と唇への
This is all he ever wanted.
どうか無実の罪を晴らし、君を普通の女の子だと証明した。その時に。
I look forward to your official answer and a kiss on the lips once we've proven our innocence to the world. In the field of Lycoris Nearchus?
君も俺の考えが分かってきたね。
That would be pretty. You can read me like a book. I responded with a kiss to her forehead. They're so cute together. I couldn't believe that a hideous monster like me could ever find a wonderful girl. I just hope that I won't be punished for sharing my love so freely before this moment. Yes. God was truly watching over me. Oh, debatable. And here we go. It can't be.
Cool.
Literally, it's always the alleyway. Just block that place off permanently, I swear. Nothing good ever happens in the alleyway. Why? Why?
クルーンに戻ってくるって
ないか。
You said you were gonna come back to Karun.
なあ、おい
Say something! I wanted to awaken from this nightmare.
帰りたいという願いは遠の昔についえた。
I mean, when I first played this, I just had a feeling something was gonna happen to Hugo. But I didn't expect it to happen then. My wish to return had long disappeared.
ならばこれからはもう二度とは会えぬ尊き信念を持つ友のため。
For that reason, I needed to take action for my noble friend, whom I would never meet again.
疎まれる命を生涯をかけて育てていくと誓おう。
I promised I would nurture those detested lives for as long as I existed.
いつか再会できた時には共に酒でも飲み交わそうじゃないか。
We would drink heartily together once we met again. But Yves and Hugo will never have a drink again. Maybe in the afterlife. Unseen evil was moving somewhere beyond sight.
そろそろあの薬の効果で彼女に宿る抗体が消える頃合いか。
Freaking cappuccino. Soon, the effect of that medicine will get rid of the antibodies that exist in her body.
ではリュカ君、今夜私からの命令が下り次第、
Now
彼
then,
女を
Lucas,
私のもとへ連れてくるように。
I want you to bring her to me as soon as I give you the order tonight. Freaking cappuccino! I hate him.
この兵の監視を盗み、
He's
脱
so
出できた
creepy.
君ならばたやすいはず
He's
だ。
so creepy. This bastard. It should be easy for you, given how you were able to escape the Royal Guard. A laboratory acting as the real headquarters of the Society of Exorcists was kept secret, even from its most devout followers. Lucas showed an expression of confusion at Minister Capuchin's instructions. He is. It's just,
教祖様、一体何のために彼女を手元に。
he needs to be locked away forever. I mean, he was supposed to be. Minister, why do you want her?
無論、神からの啓示だよ。
This is what God demands.
ナディア君と同じく。
Don't you touch Nadia!
人間なんだ。
Don't you dare touch Nadia! I swear. Just like your dear Nadia, she is also loved by God.
悪魔に害されるよりも早く、私たちが保護してあげなくてはね。
Or is it Lucas's birthday today? It is happy birthday, sweetie. Your sister's about to get your sister's in danger. And your students too. I know, I love Nadia. She's such a sweetheart. This monster! Therefore, it's our mission to take charge of her before she is seized by demons. Ah, I see.
その通りではありますが、今のイブ君から彼女まで奪ってしまったら。
That may be true, but If she is taken away from Yves now,
短い間とはいえ、彼も私の生徒だった時期があります。教師とは教え子を守るものです。
despite our short time together, he was also one of my students. A teacher is someone who protects their students.
教団から彼を補助する人員を出すか、いっそこちらでイブ君も一緒に保護することは。
Perhaps we can send someone from among us to support Yves. Or we can also take him into our fold, too. Which one's the imposter?
志は立派だがダメだ。
Hint, it's a creepy one. I admire your will, but the answer is no.
彼には彼女に代わり、
Very, very
国民から
sus.
の悪意を受け止める敵でいてもらわなければならない。
He must stay where he is in order to absorb the evil and malice from the citizens in her place.
しかし、その原因となったあの変死体、
But this all happened because of those suicides.
あれを消し、心臓を奪えという命令は何のためにあったのですか？
What was the reason of destroying those bodies and removing their hearts?
今までは教団内の実験素材として利用しているのだと思っていましたが、
I
こ
thought they
こ
were
ま
to be
での
used as
数を求め
specimens
るのは異常で、
for our experiments. But this is far too many.
リュカ君、私の忠実なリュカ・プルースト。
Lucas, my faithful Lucas Proust.
変死事件の影響で病院も閉鎖し、ナディア君との面会もしばらくお預けになっているのを忘れたか？
May I remind you that you have not seen Nadia in some time because the hospital was closed due to those deaths? Don't you play the Nadia card? Lucas frowned, hearing the minister talking to him in a preaching manner.
君が今まで通り神に尽くしてくれれば、特別に彼女と再会させてあげよう。
Simply heed and serve God no differently from before, and I will ensure that you see her again soon.
良き兄である君の
He
こ
is
と
so
だ。
manipulative.
最後に妹の顔を見ぬまま。
You're a good brother. So it'd be a shame to not see her one last time. Poor guy.
寿命で一人孤独に死に絶えたくはないだろう。
You would not want to die alone when your time comes, would you? The symptoms of the curse returned. Cappuccino gave a gentle smile as he looked on. Lucas coughed again and again, then stared at his blood-covered palm. A turn of events.
姿も見せぬ不気味な支援者が何を目的としていようが関係ない。私は私の目的を果たすまで。
It doesn't matter what objective this mystery supporter is seeking. I will fulfill my own objectives.
何があろうと、あの美しいリコリスの遺伝子を手に入れてみせ。
When you love science too much. No matter the cost, I will take possession of those beautiful licorice genes and
ほう
and do nothing because my boy is
美しい
here.
遺伝子
I do. I wanna beat that doctor to a pulp. He triggers me. I hate him. Oh, beautiful genes, you say?
それはぜひ俺も観察してみたいものだな
I would love to observe such genes myself. Yes! Bursting through like the Kool-Aid man. Hey, yo, kids! Zion here! No, what's wrong with me? From the cloud of smoke created by a detonated bomb appeared.
その反応を見る限り、名乗りも自己紹介もいらないようだ。
Judging by reactions, I see there's no need to introduce myself.
シアン・ブロフィワーズ。
The savior of this country.
なぜ貴様がここに？一体どこから？
What are you doing here? How did you find out?
それはお前が一番よく知っているだろう、教祖殿。
You can answer those questions yourself, dear minister.
回収した変死体、特に容姿や能力が優れている者がちらほら消えているから。
From among the bodies we collected, I noticed the most attractive or talented were missing.
どこのバカが持ち帰っているのかと思って調べてみれば。
I conducted an investigation, assuming some fool took those bodies, but
まさか研究所のはるか地下にあんな巨大な地下通路が作られているとはな。
they found a tunnel. I never expected such a huge secret tunnel to be found deep underneath the institute.
規模からして王族の連中も一枚噛んでいるのか。後々相応の礼をさせてもらおう。
Which I wonder how he found that tunnel. Probably pure luck or something. Or he found the entrance by the sea. Judging from the scale of things, I assume the royal family is somehow involved. I should pay them a visit after I'm done here.
警備兵までバカな。盗んだ死体はここで作ったクローンを同じ状態にしてすり替えたはず。
Guards! Impossible. I had the bodies cloned and replaced so no one would find out they're missing.
この俺が死体の状態を見間違えるわけないだろ
Do you seriously expect me to make a mistake in handling the bodies?
う。まあ正直なところ、地下通路とこの施設の存在よりもそこにいる男の方に驚いたがな。
Well, to be honest, I'm surprised. Not by the hidden tunnel or this facility, but rather because of him. Naturally. When you think of the serial killer, he is not the thing that comes to mind. Cyan's colorful eyes observed the young man with a halberd in hand.
あの人間離れしたブローの正体がこんな優男とは。さすがに俺も騙された。
Of all people, Barreau turned out to be such a well-mannered person. You certainly deceived me. Cyan didn't budge from his extreme malice being directed at him.
その異常な身体能力、遺伝子編集による肉体改造か？
That superhuman power of yours. Is it a result of genetic modification?
それとも先天的な遺伝子疾患による特異体質？
Or perhaps you were born with a rare congenital disorder affecting your genes.
遺伝子
It's like, what's that? What are genes? What's science? Congenital disorder? Genes?
何をしている？早く侵入者を殺せ！リュカ！
What are you doing? Hurry and kill the intruders, Lucas.
私が捕まったが最後。ナディアを唯一受け入れたあの病院もなくなるのだぞ。
The only hospital that took in Nadia will be lost the moment they capture me. And he's not exactly wrong there, but surely there's another way. Cyan didn't seem disturbed at all by Lucas, who was pointing his weapon at him.
まあ落ち着け、ブロー。随分と意もしない神とそこの聖職者を盲信しているようだが。
Calm down there, Barreau. It seems you put blind faith in the non-existent god. and that supposed minister.
その男の正体を聞けば俺に噛みつく気力もなくなるはずだ。
But I believe you will lose your will to face me once you find out his true identity.
何も聞くな、リュカ。
Oh no, listen to that, please.
忌まわしい悪
It's
魔
great
の
stuff.
修行を。
Don't listen to him, Lucas. Kill that abominable leader of demons, or else.
姿も声も違うが、さっき聞こえた気色の悪い笑い方、よーく覚えているぞ。
I remember you very well. Despite your new appearance and voice, that creepy smile of yours hasn't changed.
あのナディアという小娘も、お前の実験体という名のコレクションに加えるつもりか？
I suppose this Nadia you speak of will be joining your test subjects? Or should I say your creepy collection of freaking dolls and whatnot?
なあ、
Monstrosities and
オーティ。
stuff. Isn't that right, former death row inmate Orty?
実験体。教祖様、それはどういう意味で？
Test subjects? Minister, what is he?
しま、
What?
これは。いかん、リュカ。口を塞。
Damn it, Lucas, don't breathe. Too late.
リュカ。
Yes, panic. I like when you panic. Capuchin went pale as he saw Lucas drop his halberd and fall to the floor. I do too.
好きさえ作ればこんなものだ。どれだけ人間離れしていようが、毒や薬物への耐性は人並みだろう。
Easy as that. No matter how powerful one might be, they still lack resistance to poison and drugs.
こいつの肉体は後で俺自ら調べる。連れて行け。
I'll personally check on his physical condition later. Take him. After seeing his guards carry Lucas away, Cyan turned his attention back to Capuchin.
さて、これでお前の最強の矛は封じた。
Now then, you lost your battle weapon.
久しぶりの再会を祝し、ゆっくり語り合おうじゃないか。
Why don't we have a nice chat to celebrate our reunion, Orty? A nice chat with fists. Only the fake minister was left. God slowly walked forward to punish him in human form. Yes, let's
聞
go.
くにも俺は最近お前がさっき口にしていたリコリスのオアージュに興味を抱いてな。
By sheer coincidence, I've recently discovered an interest in Lycoris Neorchus you mentioned earlier.
病院に残っていたカルテの件も含め、あの小娘とリコリスの遺伝子に一体何の関係があるのか。
What exactly is the relationship between that girl and the Lycoris genome, including the medical records at your hospital?
すべて隠さず話してもらうぞ。こう見えて俺は拷問がそれなりに得意なんだ。
Tell me all you know. Though it may not seem so, I'm quite skilled in the art of torture. Yes, give him hell. He deserves it all. He's so cool, Cyan. I don't even feel bad. Meanwhile, back in Despair Town, the musty smell of blood. The body's main vessel, the heart, was crushed. But the expression frozen on his face didn't match the scope of the tragedy.
こうクルーンに戻ってくるって言ったじゃないか。
You said you were gonna come back to Karun.
なあ、おい、
Say something! We found Hugo dead in a dark alley. The same alley as every time. Hugo! Yves ran to Hugo and shouted as he shook his body, but instead of a reply, the dark red blood that pooled in his mouth dripped out slowly. Yves's pupils contracted as he looked at his friend covered in blood.
なんでどうして
What's happened? Why?
ユーゴには恋人も好きな人もいなかったはずなのに
I would be confused too. I don't recall Hugo having a lover or anyone close to him. This was the first time Yves showed despair. His partner, who he had been with him for 3 years, was now dead. Unable to accept reality, Yves kept repeating the word, why, over and over again.
嘘だろユーゴが
You've got to be kidding. Hugo?
だってあいつ昨晩までは
But he was with us just last night. The corpse unit that stood behind us gazed at the sight with disbelief. Yeah. I mean, he apparently hit it well. But it was there. It was the same with me. I thought we were going to argue again. Isn't that right? What? Why? Those 3 words kept repeating over and over in my head.
お前たち何をしている
What the hell are you people doing here? Leave us alone, leave us alone, Royal Guard. The Royal Guard soldiers appeared suddenly and grabbed us from behind as we sat down on the ground in a stupor.
無関係の一般人が触るな遺体回収の手続きはすでにこちらで行っている
Leave this place at once. This area is under our control now, and we'll be moving the body shortly. Yves wrenched himself from their grasp.
ふざけるな無関係なんかじゃない彼は俺の相棒だ
Damn you! I know him! He's my partner and... Suddenly... Oh, the image we saw there must have been an image of Ceres, or rather visual, of Ceres emitting the toxins because of the such high emotion she's having right now. I was confused about that, what that black smoke was. I think I understand now. Suddenly, a red flower bloomed from Yves's chest. In the darkness of the alley, Yves? Yves? All the red blood slowly dripped from Yves's mouth. Yves? Blood spewed forth as he gasped for air. It can't be. The arrival of one's death. A cursed gift we would all receive by 23 years of age. But... Why? I'm not... It was not yet his time. Yves tried his best to deny the situation. He soon fell to his knees as more blood came out of his mouth. I'd be horrified. Yves covered his mouth to try to stop bleeding, but it didn't help much. The blood spilled through his fingers and flowed onto the puddle that soon reached Hugo's blood. I knew where this was going. No. Yves! I pushed aside the stunned rail guard soldiers and rushed to Yves' side. Yves! Yves! Just hold on! Yves shook his head at me as blood continued to flow. He spoke to me through his eyes. Don't come near me. That was his message. Yves' warning must have meant... It's kind of sad how they're not wrong. Everyone run! Death is gonna curse us if we stay here any longer. The crowd around us, including the royal guard, looked at me with fear. In an instant, they all made a mad dash to escape. Wait! Someone! Does anyone have medicine to stop the bleeding? Don't come near me, you monster! Unnecessary. A rock hit me on the side of my head, letting out a stream of blood from my skin. Yves was trying to get up to protect me, but he couldn't move since he was already having a hard time breathing. Yeah, it was involuntary. It wasn't intentional. And they should be doing that anyway. Reacting so violently to her. Please, is there a doctor here? Isn't it obvious that Yves is just a victim? To hell with him! He can die for all I care! Now this is just ridiculous. We all know he's just a puppet of yours, Death. We heard it from the men who went to get rid of you. Oh, it's gonna end. Okay, interesting. I don't know if I should be excited or scared or both. No doctor in the country will see either of you again. It can't be. I did my best to call for help, but not a single person would even call for a doctor. The only ones left were Yves, who was completely pale and out cold, and me, holding him to my chest helplessly. It looked like he was dead, but I could tell that he was barely hanging on. I do want to know more about Anko. He's still very much a mystery. Still, I knew it was just a matter of time. What should I do? I looked around the area with teary eyes, hoping to see anyone at all. I would be stressed the hell out. There's a dead guy to one side. My beloved is dying in my arms. I wouldn't know what to do. My eyes fell upon Hugo's silent body.
けど俺の価値観は至極真っ当なもんだぜ。あの傷や災いの花を受け入れられるあんたたちの価値観の方が大概なんだ。
But my values are totally normal. You two are the strange ones, loving those cursed flowers and not being afraid of the scars.
だから異常者同士でお似合いなんじゃねえの？
So maybe the two of you make a perfect weird match. He was right. This was no time for me to wallow in despair. Hugo believed in me and trusted Yves to me while he was gone. I forced the heavy breathing Yves on my back and slowly got up from the ground. It was impossible for someone as weak as I to carry a grown man on her back. But I didn't have a choice. Yves, please bear with me. I didn't care if his blood got on me. I carried Yves along as I tried to maintain my balance. It's impressive she managed to carry him all the way back here. I slowly headed back to Yves and Hugo's sanctuary. After what happened earlier, it was doubtful that anyone would come to attack Yves, especially with me around. I somehow tucked Yves into bed after changing the clothes that needed to be changed. I sat in the seat next to his bed with a medical kit nearby, but the situation couldn't be any worse. Hugo, from what we knew, didn't have any sort of romantic relationship with a woman, meaning his death wasn't of romantic feelings. What could have caused his death? Was it me? I didn't know the reason why, but perhaps Anko's power had worn off. Because of the freaking juice! I knew he should never drink that. My powers as death, which had killed so many, had begun to consume Yves. I somehow got Yves to take some medicine to hopefully improve his breathing and treat his symptoms. His bleeding stopped and his breathing became lighter. About 10 minutes or so passed. His strength somehow got him through it.
Hugo は死んだんだよね。
So, Hugo really died, did he? Poor guy. Yves slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes.
夢じゃなくて本当にあんなひどい
It really isn't a dream. He really did die. And in the worst way possible. It's true. Seeing Yves squirm to get up, I gently helped to lift him. His body was still limp in my arms. As the captain propped up, he gently whispered,
今ユーゴはどこに
Where's Hugo now? I went back to the scene, but his body was already gone. I believe he was brought back to his family.
そっか
I see.
本当に死んじゃったのか
So he really
今
did
と
die.
して蘇ることもできない
And he can't revive as a reliver either. The regret spilled out of Yves' heart.
なんでだろうねいつも周りが呆れるぐらい一緒にいて言い争いすらめったにしなかったのに
He was like a Menelati of us. He's the one who kept Yves in check. This feels so weird. We've been together for so long, and we hardly ever got into a fight.
俺ユーゴと喧嘩別れしたまま
But now he's gone.
最後にろくに会話を交わすこともできなかったんだ
Before we even had a chance to make up for that argument. That is probably one of the saddest parts. To have left off on terms such as this. You don't want that to be the last memory you have of them in arguments.
この世でただ一人の相棒を孤独なままに死なせてしまった
My one and only partner in the world. I let him die all alone. Tears formed in his eyes. Large drops came rolling down his cheeks.
ユーゴは愛されずにどこか歪んで育った俺がなんとか人の世界で暮らせるようにっていろんなことを
He was a huge support. He taught me so much. He taught someone who wasn't loved or nurtured how to live in this world.
まるで本当の家族
He was my family,
兄みたいに
the brother I never had.
Yes! 今日からとうとうクルーンの開業だな。
Yeah, so we can finally start business at Karoon.
じゃあ改めてよろしくな。これからは俺がお前をバッチリ補佐してやるよ。相棒。
Here's hoping we do well. I'll make sure you get all the support you need, partner.
なんだよ、んな驚いて。そんな風に呼ばれたことなかったから違和感がする？
Hey, what's with that look? Don't tell me you feel strange being called partner.
じゃあ今のうちに慣れとかねえとな。これからいくらでも呼んでやるよ。 相棒。
Well, you better get used to it. That's what I'm gonna call you from here on out, partner.
だから無償の労働ってのは逆に他人からの信用を得られねえんだよ。
Like I said, you can't earn trust by doing free work.
そんなの優しさでも愛でも何でもねえ。どんな相手だろうが報酬は要求しろ。金がねえと言われたら妥協案を示せ。
That ain't kindness or love. Ask them for money as payment for your services. They don't have money, ask for something else.
いいか、自分の能力を安く売ったが最後、この国じゃ徹底的に利用された挙句捨てられるからな。
Listen carefully. The people of this country will use and abuse you if you sell yourself short.
たく、なんで俺が今さらこんな当たり前のことを。親や施設の連中はこいつに何を教えてきたんだ。
Can't believe I'm actually telling you something so simple. Didn't your parents or the orphanage teach you anything?
こりゃしばらくは俺が兄貴分として常識を教えてやらねえとな。
I have a feeling I'm gonna have to act the part of the older brother until you learn.
でももう彼からは何も教えてもらえない。
I can't learn anything from him anymore.
相棒って呼んでくれる人はもうこの
Yes.
世界のどこにもいないんだ。
There's no one in the world who will ever call me partner again. No one.
ユーゴ
Mm.
ユーゴ兄さん
Why does that make me cry? Why does that break me down? Memories of his time with Hugo overflowed with an anguished wail. I feel the same way. How to fight. I wish he taught me too. I wanted to tell him off for scaring me. He showed me his true colors, and I wanted to tell him how I really felt. An image of him smiling flashed through my mind, which was more than I could handle. Unable to bear the pain running through my heart, I embraced Yves as tightly as I could. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I probably killed him. Seeing me apologize repeatedly, Yves mustered as much calm as he could to respond.
セレス、君のせいじゃない。
That's sad. The rest, it's not your fault. His plea fell on deaf ears. I genuinely thought she was like... I didn't expect the whole like poison thing. Like I'm like, oh wait, they're right? Huh? The crazy paranoid civilians are right? To a certain degree. No. Saying no wasn't enough. You're wrong. I didn't want him to deny what I was saying. I wanted him to see me as a criminal and hate me for who I was. If not, I killed your family. I'm sorry. He would break me with his kindness. His cries of despair subsided. After he calmed down, the curse upon him made him collapse like a broken puppet. And with that, Yves fell into a deep slumber, from which not even the rising sun could rouse him. A few days had passed. I used the transmitter every day with no luck. Adolf's transmitter must have been confiscated by the Royal Guard. I've been asking for help from the people of Coing too, but the answer had always been the same. Even the members of the corps distanced themselves and were unwilling to speak to me. I could somehow take care of the basic necessities myself, but our stock of food was running low. In other words, our days were numbered. Yves's breathing was still shallow. I could tell Yves was losing to his condition, because he wasn't fully conscious. He was only getting worse. He had regular coughing fits, but it seemed to clear the blood from his throat before he could suffocate. That's at least something. Yves! I quickly wiped the blood from his mouth and lifted his head up so he could breathe.
Ceres, 君だって辛い状況なのにこんな手間かけて
Sorry, Ceres. I know you're going through a lot too. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. Don't worry about it. All I ask is that you focus on resting so you can get well.
そうも言ってられないよ
Yeah, but I don't think now's the time.
ユーゴの件で恋愛感情が事件に関係ないって分かっただから
You need to take a break from work, honey. You need to rest. Because of what happened to Hugo, we now know that romantic relationships aren't the trigger.
他の原因を探しに行かないと
It's something else. We need to find the real cause. Yves narrowed his eyes with pain after speaking the name of his recently lost partner. But no matter how much he thought of Hugo, and no matter how sad he was, he simply didn't have it in him to let a single tear fall now. He could hardly even stand.
それともヒューゴには俺が知らない思い人が
Or
いたのかな
maybe there was someone Hugo loved, but never told me about.
相棒に黙ってるなんて水臭いよね
If that's true, then that means he kept secrets from his partner. That's no good, right? Knowing that he couldn't move, Yves spoke with sad eyes. You don't have to force yourself to smile. We were persecuted by the residents. We were separated from our allies, and our investigation was all in vain. And now, Hugo's death. It was no surprise that Yves' heart was at its limit. I also understand that, as the cause behind all of what happened, I needed to leave his side at once. But I couldn't abandon him now, when there was no one else around to protect him. Phone call, phone call. Blah-dee-dee-dee-dee. I suddenly heard an electronic sound. Apparently Yves heard it too, as he opened his eyes slightly in surprise. I grabbed the transmitter with a sliver of hope. A light green flickered, and it looked like it was a message from the hospital where Nadia was staying. Maybe it's Dr. Capuchin? He may have avoided the royal family's grasp and escaped from house arrest. He also might be able to help Yves since he was the doctor. You don't want him touching him. Dr. Capuchin! Please, you have to help Yves. His breathing. It's getting weaker, and he's coughing up a little blood. His fever won't go down either. I'll take someone who only knows first aid over Capuchin. Someone who barely knows what a bandage is. I'll take them. Yves is still 18 years old, so it must be my fault. He's being cursed by my powerless death. He's showing symptoms like when someone picks the licorice New flowers. At this rate, Yves is gonna follow Hugo and die. I was so panicked that I kept talking without hearing his reply. But in response to my plea,
なるほど。あの年豆、やってくれたな。
I see, that bitch really did it.
死神の娘が変死事件のみならず、この国の呪いと同じ症状まで起こすとは聞いてないぞ。
Aside from the unusual suicides, I never heard the maiden to death cause similar symptoms as the curse on this land.
あえて存在を隠さず、うさんくさい噂までこいつの仕業として広めたのはこのためか。
Which would explain why such a shady rumor is spread to pin the blame on her, while keeping her identity hidden.
リコリス・ノワージの逸話と結びついてきたな。
The lore behind the licorice New is finally beginning to make sense. Huh? Isn't this... Yeah? Cyan? Why are you calling from Dr. Capuchin's transmitter?
何？野暮用でな。この病院にいる懐かしい顔に会いに来たんだ。
I'm just borrowing it. Let's just say I came to see a familiar face at the hospital.
それよりも、俺の事情なんぞ聞いてる余裕はあるのか？クルーンが死にかけていると聞いたが。
That said, I doubt you have the time to ramble on like that. If I heard correctly, you mentioned Karun is near death? Yes, that's right. There's no doctor around to see him, and I don't think he has much time left. Cyan told me to explain, so I went into detail about what happened and the symptom that Yves was exhibiting.
未だ18歳。それもクルーンのような健康優良体が死神の呪いで末期症状に。
He's still 18 years old? Hard to believe a healthy body like his would be affected by death's curse so soon.
確かにおかしいな。稀にその年齢から呪いの進行が始まることもあるが。
That is strange. I've seen rare cases where people of that age show symptoms of the curse, but
持病でも
nothing
有
so
していない
fast.
限り重症化はしない。1、2年後をめどにだんだんと衰弱していくのが標準的なケースだ。
Unless they had prior health issues, they don't get very sick. Most gradually decline over a full year or two.
しかも関わった周囲に変死まで引き起こすとは。
What's even more interesting is that those near him are victims of the strange deaths that have been occurring.
さすがにそこまで聞かされたら、俺もお前に何かしらの要因があると信じざるを得ん。
Based on what you told me, it's quite possible that you're somehow involved in the source of the issues at hand. Yes, I believe so too. I heard Cyan hump on the other side of the transmitter.
いいだろう。王族の暴走を止められなかった俺にも多少なりとも責任がある。
Very well. The fact I couldn't stop the royal family makes me at fault as well.
死神の娘、研究所に来い。お前が原因究明に協力するというのなら、クルーンに医者を派遣してやる。
Maiden a death? Come to the Institute. If you cooperate in my investigation, I'll send a doctor over to Kroon.
結果によっては、クルーンの命そのものを救えるかもしれんぞ。
Depending on the results, I might even be able to save Kroon's life. Really? I immediately made my decision. I'll go, right this instant. I'll do everything you ask, so please save Yves.
わかった。助けてやるからとっとと準備
I
しろ。
make the same decision.
迎えの車を店の前によこす。
Not just because Cian, but it sounds like the best way to help Yves. We don't have very many options. Very well, I'll help. So get ready immediately. I'll send a car to pick you up right away. He then added one more condition. Yves's blood? Cyan told me to bring some of Yves's blood with me before cutting off communication. What for? If it was to diagnose Yves, I had to bring it. I picked up the towel I used to wipe Yves's blood and put it inside a bag. Just as I was told, an electric car arrived within the hour. Whenever I hear a car screech in this game, I get a little scared. Because I always think it's Mathis driving. I love the boy. But his driving is horrifying. I could hear the Institute's guards calling my name from outside. Before I set out, Yves? I took Yves's hand as he faded in and out of consciousness. I'm really sorry, Yves. I know what I'm about to do isn't enough to pay for the sins I committed. But I didn't want to kill people anymore. Once you recover, you can hate this foolish death as much as you want for killing your friend. And if you wish, I'll give up my life for you without question. I bent down and took off his mask. I kissed his scar to bid him farewell. I felt the heat from his body for a moment. The red light along his scar was pulsating like it was its own heart. Knowing that this might be the last I would see of him, I removed my lips reluctantly. Goodbye. I'm happy that I could hear you say that I was a normal girl. I departed from him to finally put an end to my curse. No.
行くな。セレス。
We have to, baby. Don't go, Ceres.
君まで。俺の前から
If you leave,
いなくならないで。
who will be with me? Please don't leave me. That is true, even though we're leaving him for his own good. We're still leaving him all alone.
来たか。しばらく外に出ない間にこの国も随分と騒がしくなった。
Finally. It seems as this country has only gotten worse since I last stepped outside. As I said before, he probably hasn't stepped outside in like 5 weeks. The sun, it burns. Cyan.
クルーンのことなら心配するな。セルネボルで運営する病院から医者が数名治療に向かっている。
Don't worry about Karun. I already have doctors from the hospital in Cernaval headed to his place. I hadn't been to the institute in a while, but the place felt different from before. Excuse me, is it just me, or is this place a lot quieter since the last time I visited here? I don't see Donut around either. I call him Donuts. It was the first time I had entered a lab where they created relivers. I asked him as I rolled up my sleeves.
変死による死亡者がこちらにも多数出てな。
We've had our fair share of those odd deaths.
リライバーを作るための人員が減っては元も子もない。事態が解決するまで警備兵以外には暇を出した。
We can afford to lose any more manpower to build relivers. Apart from the guards, I gave my staff a break until things settled down. So the deaths have been occurring here.
自分で聞いて自分で沈むな鬱陶しい。採血は合計3回だ。腕から力を抜け。
You call him Java? A Java the Hutt? I did think at least the hut parts. But I think Donut suits him. He's a sweetie. He's sweet. Sweet boy. And he does bake, so you know, hey, donuts. Yeah, I know it's... You can't unhear it. Stop feeling bad about yourself, Fool. Now relax so I can draw blood from you. Before I could reply, he inserted a rather thick needle into my arm. I hate needles. It stung a little, but nothing too painful. It didn't take long to see the vial fill up with my red blood. Will you be able to find out through my blood why I cause all this misfortune?
やってみなければわからん。
You never know until you try. True. The vial was filled to its limits. Cyan grabbed a new syringe and inserted the needle into my arm again. He continued to draw blood from me, and with the second syringe filled, he grabbed the third. This third one hurt a bit, but it was nothing I couldn't bear. Having drawn all that blood he needed, Cyan opened a panel to the large device where stone slates were lined in the center. This really is such a cool little, such a cool setup. I don't know what anything means, but it looks cool. He then placed the vials of blood into the dark opening of the device before closing the panel.
これでお前の血液から採取できる遺伝子情報のすべてが揃うはずだ。
I should be able to gather information about your genes through the blood I got from you using this device. I see. Maybe my genes were different from normal people's since I had Death's soul inside me. In any case, I could only hope that the results might save Yves' life. Cyan put Yves' blood into the device in a similar manner, then turned his back to the stone slates. May I ask why you decided to examine me here in the Institutes, Cyan? Most people would consult the churches and the lore behind death.
バカバカしい。死神の呪いなどあるものか。
Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as death's curse.
今やこの世を滑るのは神などではなく人間の英知であり、すべての不可解には理由がある。
Human wisdom is what rules this world, not some random god. There's always a reason behind everything.
俺はその呪いの正体を解き明かし、打ち勝つため、この国立研究所を立ち上げたんだ。
I established the Institute in order to discover the truth of this curse and do away with it once and for all.
そして死神の娘、
Listen carefully, Maiden of Death.
その鍵はおそらくお前とクルーンが握っている。
I believe the key lies with you and Karun. Huh?
一つ聞こう。お前の両親はリコリスのオアージュの花園で自死した。
Let me ask you this. Your parents committed suicide in that field of Lycoris Neochus.
クロエという女とダリルという男の
Oh yeah,
夫婦
he
で
knows them,
間違
right?
いないか。
Confirm for me whether their names are Chloe and Daryl. Uh-huh. I give a start at the unexpected question. Yes, I don't remember them myself, but according to the medical records at the hospital, I believe those were their names. How did you find that out, Cyan?
ダハトから聞き出した。休みを取ったやつから調査結果も預かっている。
I got the details from Donuts, as well as additional information from a member of staff currently on leave.
率直に言うぞ。あの二人は俺がリライバー技術を開発した直後、
I'll be very frank with you. When I first developed the technology to create relivers,
病弱だったがゆえに治癒を目当てにリライバー化の初期の実験体として名乗り出た。
those two volunteered to be my test subjects, with the hope that they might overcome a serious health condition.
俺に次ぐ2番目に古いリライバーたちだ。夫婦となったのはお前を産む直前だったようだが。
So that is kind of crazy. In other words, they're the second relivers, next to me. It seems they married before you were born. Test subjects? My parents? So that means you knew both my parents, Cyan?
知り合いというほどでもない。生来少し珍しい体質だった被験者として印象に残っていただけだ。
Nothing intimate, of course. They remain in my memory because they possess some unique physical attributes. According to Cyan, my parents were both horribly thin and frail, from some kind of disease, with faded hair and eye colors. As similar as my mother and I looked, he hadn't made the connection before. Unique physical attributes?
相当数の遺伝子の病、遺伝子疾患を有していた。体が弱かったのもその影響だろう。
They carried multiple types of genetic diseases, or rather disorders to be exact, which explained why they were so weak. Hearing him explain that they were likely born with their genetic disorders made me arrive at a certain possibility. Wait a minute. Does that mean my parents committed suicide because of some kind of disease?
いや、それは無関係だ。あの二人が死んだのは、リライバーの中でも初症例となる。
No, that's irrelevant. The reason those two died was because of a certain symptom specific to relivers.
メモリーをクラッシュするほどに強力な恋愛感情を取得したからだ。
They were the first to exhibit the symptom, but they acquired emotions of love that caused their memories to crash. Like an overloaded computer. Huh? What did Cyan just say?
言っただろう。変死事件の調査は俺にとって暇つぶしだと。
I believe I mentioned it before, but I'm investigating to depth simply because I'm bored.
その原因自体はとっくの昔に判明している。
Imagine doing all this just because you're bored.
あの現象がこうも頻発する理由だ。
I've always known about this reason. What I want to know now is why this symptom is occurring so frequently. What? It is why we love. Wait, so our assumption was right? The strange deaths are caused by love in their hearts, causing an error in their memory?
ほう。自力でその答えまでたどり着いたか。素人の情報網もなかなか侮れんな。
No? So you came to the answer yourself. I underestimated your novice abilities.
だが惜しい。厳密には強い恋愛感情を発露し、5回目の限界に至れば死亡が正解だ。
Still, you're missing something. It's when a strong sense of love is experienced 5 times that a person's death is triggered. What are the chances of them happening so often in the alleyway? Is that like the lover's alleyway or something? Why that specific one? I instinctively bit my lip, hearing him speak nonchalantly, as if it were common knowledge. Before I knew it, I grabbed Cyan's arm. Why did Hugo and my parents have to die such gruesome, horrible ways? Please tell me the truth.
真実違うな。これは仕様の説明だよ。
The truth? Let me explain to you the features of a reliver instead. Yay, learning time! Strong emotions couldn't be transferred to the next body due to limited memory capacity, which required deletion of such emotions. I just keep thinking a computer. Their hearts are an electronic. This was something I knew early on during the prototype stage of developing Reliver technology. But to me, the emotions were simply bugs that hindered one's reasoning. I made the call that those emotions were unnecessary, and left the bug as a feature, which led to more efficient Relivers. Of course, amongst those emotions was the most irritable and bothersome emotion called love. With the establishment of my Reliver technology, no issue occurred for many years, but 19 years ago, I discovered that unexpected feature in your parents, whom I met again in that field of Lycoris Neurges. You were in your mother's womb then.
この人へ温かな気持ちを抱くたびにメモリー、心臓が耐え難いほどに強く痛むんです。
It is cute they love each other so much, but it kinda sucks. My memory. My heart hurts beyond belief each time I look at him and feel a warmth inside.
最初は俺たちの虚弱体質が原因かと思っていたんだけど、違うみたいだ。
We thought it was because our bodies are weak, but it doesn't seem so.
シアン様、もしかしてメモリーは負荷の強い恋愛感情を抱くと。
Monsieur Brofeiss, could this have something to do with our memory banks storing a strong emotion of love?
本物の機械みたいに壊れてしまうのではないですか。
Perhaps the emotion is so strong that it could overheat us like some machine.
私たちは病弱だからいつ死んでもいいように覚悟できているけれど。
We're both weak in terms of our health, so we're already prepared to die at any time, but
この子が将来リライバーになった時のためにどうか調査をしてください。
could you please investigate this for the sake of our child, who will become a Reliver in the future? They called me out to that field of Lycoris Neurges to plead to me.
そんなバカな。
That's impossible.
俺が開発したメモリーを破壊するほど強い感情などこの世にあるものか。
There was no emotion strong enough to break the memory bank I developed. But there is. After I said so, they both showed an intense hatred to me just before I walked away.
非情でわがままで傲慢な神様。
You ruthless, selfish, arrogant god.
人の心を理解できないあなたはこの世の誰より哀れで無様な存在だ。
Not understanding human emotion makes you the saddest, most pathetic existence of all.
きっとあなたは生涯この胸を裂くほどの心地よい痛みを理解することはないのでしょうね。
I'm sure you will never understand this comforting, heart-wrenching pain. Oh no, he did. They cast a vain curse upon me. That CG hurt. That was an evil CG. That just made me cry. The one at the end of his route. The next day, I received a report that the two were found dead in the field of Lycoris Neurges, having stabbed each other's hearts. A phenomenon that crashes the memory after experiencing emotions of love. It was then that I began to associate that potential outcome with Relivers I built. I had predicted it as a possibility, but I didn't expect anyone would meet the conditions to trigger such a bug. In truth, there was an alert function that activated when a Reliver's memory overloaded from emotional surges and distress. This alert function was a safety feature that I included to monitor emotions that went beyond the memory storage capacity. Every time he says, like, storage capacity, I'm just thinking of all the times my phone gets filled up. My phone very often gets filled up to like 99%. I just keep thinking of my phone. It acted as a recovery feature that forcibly eliminated the overloading emotion when bodily functions were threatened. In other words, it was a function that was developed as a safeguard to protect Reliver's life. But love was the most complex and volatile of human emotions, and the most powerful. Yeah. It was that part that it's like, okay, yeah, I love him. And I just find his manic laughing while doing puzzles hilarious. And his eating bread off the floor. It was like, why do I like this guy? It is adorable. He's also very handsome, so... That's also a part of it. So strong was it that the alert function was unable to process correctly, leading to errors. That kind of looks like a maze. Like a puzzle maze. What that meant was, each time an alert occurred from powerful emotions of love, pain surged through the Reliver's heart, and after 5 similar incidents,
リカバリーの暴走が発生。あまりの激痛に耐えきれず、
the recovery process malfunctions, generating pain beyond belief.
元凶であるメモリー、心臓を取り出そうとリライバーたちは狂ったように胸をかきむしり始める。
The Relivers who experience this pain lose their sanity and try to forcefully remove their hearts in a mad frenzy.
俺はこの現象をメモリークラッシュと呼んでいる。
I labeled this particular phenomenon a memory crash for record purposes.
「これがお前たちが懸命に調査していた変死事件の真実の一端だ。
So there you have it. A small portion of the truth behind those odd deaths you were investigating.
おそらくお前の両親も同じ理由で自死したのだろうな。
I assume your parents also died because of this phenomenon. It was the joy of being with someone they loved that ultimately led to their deaths. They died with smiles on their faces. He told me without much emotion. Sign concluded his speech in a bored manner, but I wasn't satisfied by his explanation. But that doesn't make sense. Hugo died even though he wasn't in a relationship with anyone.
お前らの恋愛事情など俺が知るか。
Like I know everyone's relationships.
最も発生率が高いのは両思いだが、片思いでも恋愛感情には変わらんからな。
The odds
それ
are
ほど強く思う相手がいたのだろ
the odds are greater with mutual love, but it occurs even with unrequited love. Perhaps someone elicited those feelings in him.
う。大方、唯一身近にいた女であるお前に横連母でもしたんじゃないのか。
For all I know, he might have held you more dear than you expected, given how often you were around him. Quite, but, you know. If you saw the way he went at us with those hurtful words, he'd probably think otherwise. But that didn't sound right. I had no doubt in my mind that his confession of hatred to me was the truth. So who? There's only one other person around him. We were often around each other, but no one came to mind. He's only around one other person all the time. I mean, the only person Hugo ever looked happy being around was...
一応言っておくが、この事実は特段秘匿しているわけではないぞ。
Let me also add that this information I've shared with you hasn't been deliberately kept secret.
恋愛感情の喪失に関しては最初から警告していることだからな。好きに公表しても構わんのだが。
I've been warning people for years about the loss of emotions related to love, so you're free to share with others what I told you.
リライバー技術でかろうじて支持を得ている王家が頑なに証拠隠滅を図っている。
The issue here is that the royal family are adamant about destroying all evidence of it.
おそらくお前たちを生贄に選んだのもその事実を隠すためだろう。
I assume they chose you two as scapegoats in order to hide the truth behind the deaths. Cyan frowned with an intense frustration at the idea that the royal family had influence over information channels to this extent. But wouldn't this have been an issue since the beginning, since people would die each time they fell in love? So why doesn't everyone else know about this besides my parents? Could it be that you set something up during the cloning process?
するわけないだろうが。確かに俺は自分の研究のためなら何をも犠牲にする男だが。
Of course not. I won't deny I'll sacrifice anything for the sake of my research, but...
興味のない分野にわざわざ干渉せん。俺が追求するのはこの国の呪いを打倒する方法だけだ。
I don't get involved in fields that don't interest me. What I want is to put an end to this country's supposed curse. So why tell me all this? Cyan calmly told me that it was in return for my cooperation.
これまで知られる機会がなかったのは、お前の両親ほど強烈な恋愛感情を持つリライバーがこの国に現れなかったからだ。
The reason this fact wasn't known before is because no relivers beside your parents had exhibited such strong emotions of love. It made sense. Knowing relivers revived without their previous emotions, the people of Arpachel did not often pursue love. Instead, relationships usually formed on the basis of convenience or cooperation rather than passion.
ではなぜ今回メモリークラッシュがこんなにも起きたのか。
So the question now is, why is the memory crash occurring so often? Cyan had decided to autopsy all the bodies he collected thus far, and the result was
ハッキングだ。
they were hacked.
俺を欺けるほどの
It does
何者
not
か
make him
が
happy.
外部からリライバー生産システムに侵入し、メモリーの生成に介入。
Someone actually deceived me and hacked into the Reliver manufacturing system to gain access to the memory creation process.
ある程度の恋愛感情を持てばクラッシュが起きるよ。
Was updated to only allow a certain amount of emotion before crashing.
特定の世代に生産されたクローン体のメモリーの強度をかなり低く設定したんだろう。
They must have lowered the memory capacity during the production of a previous generation of clones.
だが犯人もまさか国全体を揺るがす騒動にまでなるとは想像していなかったに違いない。
I wonder if they expected the results to cause a sort of uproar that would shake the foundation of this country.
大量発生は遭遇したリライバーたちに愛という憧れを抱かせた。お前とクルーンの影響と
The outbreak of deaths was influenced by a relationship with Karun, giving them the desire for love.
さらにもう一つメモリーをさらに弱体化させる外的要因があったのだろうな。
But apart from that, I believe there is one other external factor that has further weakened memory capacity. It can't be. Even I understood that it wasn't easy for this issue to be fixed, but if what I was just told had been shared with the public, then maybe Hugo and the others wouldn't have died. I had a lot to say to the royal family for keeping secrets from everyone. But before I could, the stone slate where my blood was placed glowed faintly with an electronic sound.
さて待ちに待った結果が出たぞ。
Now then, it looks like the results are in.
お前がなぜ不幸を呼ぶ死神なのか。とうとうそれを明かす時が来た。
It's finally time to figure out why you bring so much misfortune to others as death. Cyan turned on a bright screen, with eyes filled with expectation. Like a child on Christmas Day. Meanwhile, Yves over here just dying. I couldn't remember how to breathe. My throat burned from the pain of not being able to take in air that I desperately needed. My lungs, which were slowly being eroded by something, continued to convulse inside my body, as if screaming. Each time it happened, I groaned in pain, my eyes filled with tears from my fever.
知らなかった。
I didn't know.
寿命を迎えた人は毎回こんなにも苦しい思いをしてたのか。
I didn't know what kind of pain everyone went through when they reached the end of their lives. Unable to endure the pain, I spit up blood on my pillow. I was keenly aware that I was alone. In fact, it had already been a few hours since Therese left to see Cyan.
早く彼女を迎えに行かないと。
I need to hurry and get her. I was still in a daze, but that was something I could retain very clearly in my mind. I knew it was useless to examine her.
大丈夫。本人がなんて言おうと。
Don't
あの
worry.
子は普通の
No matter what he
女の子なんだから。
no matter what he tells you, you're a normal girl, just like anyone else.
何を調べたって。異常なんて見つかるはずない。
Not quite. He can look all he wants. he won't find anything strange about you.
俺の症状だった。偶然運悪く寿命が迫っただけ。
It's the same as my condition. Just bad luck. The end came sooner than I expected. I kept thinking in such a way, but I couldn't seem to settle my anxiety. I needed to go to be with her right away. Even Hugo in heaven would laugh at me if he saw me in such a pathetic state. I knew what I needed to do. My body was so weak that I could hardly move. If you can't walk, crawl. It took all of my energy just to stay awake. Telegram. I heard a commotion coming from outside. I tilted my head, wondering if it was the doctors that Science sent, but... No. There he is, Duff's ally. They just leave him alone. Let's kill him before that doctor from Cernaval returns. I counted 6 of them barge into my room, armed with weapons. It seemed as if the doctor who was sent here was chased away by the intruders. The man who appeared to be the leader walked toward me with an axe in hand. It was obvious what he was planning to do with it. I couldn't die now. I needed to be home for Yves. I rolled out of bed with what little strength I had left. I pushed myself up with my elbow in an effort to escape, but... I couldn't move a muscle. Seeing me struggle on the floor, the men looked down with eyes filled with contempt and fear.
心配しなくても、あの死神の女もすぐに後を追わせてやるよ。
Don't you worry. We'll make sure that Death Girl follows right after you.
死ね、化け物!
Mean. Die, you freak! The man raised his axe and...
やめろ!
This made me cry before. It sank deep into the back of a man who was supposed to be with them, but jumped out to protect me instead. What the? He fell down in front of me, with blood gushing out onto the floor. Really didn't expect Drunken Man A to be, like, hit me as hard as he did. Drunken Man A actually has an emotional backstory. Who knew? Seeing that his axe hit one of his allies, the other man took a few steps back in shock.
大丈夫か? 助けるのが遅くなって。
Are you alright?
すまない。
Sorry I couldn't save you sooner.
君は
You're... I recognize his eyes, which were becoming vacant from the massive blood loss.
死にたい。殺してくれ。
Wanna die? Please kill me.
俺なんか
かばったせいで
She saved me.
娘は王族の自動車にひかれて無残に死んじまったんだ。
My daughter. She got hit by the royal family's car and died in my place.
あの時の
Aren't you...
はあ、俺みたいなどうしようもない男のことを覚えててくれたんだな。
Yeah. I can't believe you actually remember my sorry ass. The man extended his hand to me and grabbed my cold wrist.
俺あれから娘の墓を守るためにリライバーになったんだ。
I actually became a reliver so I could protect my daughter's grave.
あの時の悲しみやあんたから受けた親切への恩はやっぱり消えちまったけど。
The sorrow I felt, my gratitude for everything you did for me, it all disappeared, but... He wasn't going to make it. I knew he was critically injured, and yet...
あの時の俺は間違いなく
I know one thing for sure.
あんたという小さな英雄の言葉に救われたんだ。
That a young hero saved me with his words.
あの言葉がなければ今の俺は生まれず娘の墓もボロボロのまま放置されてた。
If you didn't talk to me then, the current me wouldn't be here, and my daughter's grave would have been abandoned.
だからずっと礼を言いたかったんだよ。
So, I've been wanting to thank you. He smiled at me with gratitude. Impossible. Did he really join these guys for the purpose of offering himself as a sacrifice for my sake?
生きろ、イブ。
Live your best.
あんたみたいな優しい人間を
Yes.
利用し殺そうとするこんな国なんて見捨てて
You're too good for this place. Just turn your back on the fools who return your kindness with evil.
自分が幸せになるためだけ
Live. For your own happiness. And with that, the man smiled as his soul departed.
バカが血迷いやがって
Shut up, man A! Freaking idiot. He must have gone mad. The man kicked my savior relentlessly. The men positioned the weapons with a renewed intent to kill me for good. Seeing how they treated my savior turned my vision red with anger.
血迷った
He went mad? How dare they say that? Didn't they hear what he just said? I didn't care if I spewed out all my blood. I needed to scream out my emotions. Suddenly, the room filled with white smoke. As the men descended into panic. Let's go, Uncle. Blood rained down with the screams. Beyond the smoke was a frail silhouette. Just as the man's axe fell to the floor, the silhouette moved to strike the others before they could even cry out. It probably didn't take a minute for the mysterious figure to cut them all down. Originally, I thought it was Lucas. So I'm like, who else has a weapon? Seems I made it in time. It's been a while since I used a sword. The smoke dissipated, and there appeared a young spectral man, standing amidst the bodies and blood. In his right hand was a sword, which I had propped against the wall of the room. Yes, he would be very confused. Who are you? I'd seen him before. My vision shook the moment he showed me a kind and gentle expression. And then I fell face down before I could ask his name or even thank him for saving me. All that remained in my mind was the image of him. I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner. I was finishing up some things that needed to be done. I could somehow hear his voice as my consciousness began to slip. Descendants of the long-gone drifter, a friend of my soul.
I
give you thanks from the bottom of my heart for keeping the covenant with me all this time. I will now release you from that cruel contract. My lips were slightly opened as I struggled to breathe. He poured something between my lips that tasted like iron and smelled like flowers. Go and see your grandfather. Once you arrive where he sleeps, unearth his grave. The truth behind the Lycoris Neurges, the mission he did not want for you, lies there. Please, do make it in time. If Cian Brofis discovers her secrets, he will fall from being a god to a demon and bring about her death. It was hot. How strange. Not since that day had I felt this sensation. That was a bad day. Hot. So hot. Someone, anyone, help me. No. Please. Please save her. That sounds like it hurts. I suddenly awoke from the pain of the burns. I had completely forgotten.
なんで今さらあの時の夢を。
Why am I dreaming about that again? My sweat clung to me as it dripped down. I knew I was back in reality. But I was still having a hard time breathing. I guess magic. That's the only explanation. I knew I was back in reality, but I was still having a hard time breathing. I thought I already put everything from the past behind me, but deep inside my heart, my fear of those crimson flames still remained. My breathing. I thought I wasn't able to breathe enough air earlier.
なんだ体が。
Wait, my body. I somehow felt a little better. You know, I would have loved if Puffy played parts in the story. I don't know how he would, but that would have been interesting. As I looked around me, I realized I wasn't in my room anymore, but outside the storeroom. I carefully sat up. My arms were moving fine, and my fever had gone down. What in the world was going on? I was sure I was on the brink of death. I couldn't believe what was going on. Before I could fully understand the situation, my body quickly moved to open the door. Expecting another intruder, I braced myself for battle, but it turned out I was worried for nothing.
あ、イブさん。よかった。目が覚めたんですね。
It's two of my favorite side characters! Ah, Yves! I'm glad you're awake.
あのまま死んじゃうかと思ったわ。そうしたら兄様がとっても悲しむと思うの。
Yes, the two wholesomest people. They're both sweethearts. I thought you were going to die. It's a good thing you made it, or my brother would have been very sad.
ダート。それに君は。
Donuts? And you are... I discovered an unexpected pair in front of me. A familiar boy pushing the wheelchair of an unfamiliar girl. She told me her name was Nadia, and that she was Lucas's younger sister. They really do look alike. After explaining what happened, I asked them why they were here. Donut explained that he was ordered to investigate the hospital, managed by Dr. Cappuccino. The reason was that some of their doctors were suspected of illegal medical practices. It just so happened that he met Nadia there, who was one of Dr. Cappuccino's patients, and they quickly became friends. She then asked him a special request as a new friend, which led him to bringing her here. When they arrived, they were surprised to see Karun in ruins without anyone answering the door. So they snuck inside to find me in my room, unconscious and covered in blood. Which was why they moved me to the storeroom to take care of me.
中にあった死体にはひとまずありったけのシーツやらの布をかぶせておきました。
I covered the bodies inside your room with some sheets I found.
彼らが何をしに来た
Gonna
の
have to
か
buy new sheets.
だいたい予想はできちゃいますけど、弔いたいのなら後々お手伝いします。
I have a pretty good idea of why they came here, but I can help you give them a proper burial later if you like. I gave him my thanks with a weak smile. Actually, saying thanks wasn't enough. It turned out that Donut actually cleaned me up and changed my clothes for me. Aw. That aside, the biggest question I had was about the girl in the wheelchair. I was sure she was at least knew what was going on outside the hospital. So why did she come here? I asked her why, and she responded with tears in her eyes.
私の兄様がリカ兄様が
My brother. My dear brother Lucas.
数日前から行方不明になってしまったの。
He's been missing for days.
お家で待っているはずなのに気づいたらどこにもいなくなったって国の兵士様たちが。
He should have returned home, but the Royal Guard soldiers told me that he wasn't there.
先生が
He's missing?
だから私もしかしたら兄様に何かあったんじゃないかって。
She is right to worry. Which is why I was thinking that maybe something horrible happened to him.
クルーさんに兄様を探してもらおうとダウト君にお願いして連れてきてもらったの。それで
So I asked Donut if he could bring me here to Karun, so I could ask for your help in finding my brother.
ナディアは重症患者なので連れ出すなんて言語道断なんですけど、本当は
Nadia is supposed to stay at the hospital, so taking her out like this is completely outrageous.
こんな表情でお願いされたらどうしても断ることができなくてこっそり抜け出してきちゃいました。
But I couldn't just refuse her plea for help, so I sort of snuck her out of the hospital. And honestly, it's probably a good thing he did, because she might have become a victim if she stayed.
だろうね。
I can't blame you. So Dr. Capuchin is out at the hospital at the moment, so she probably would have been safe. Maybe. I can't blame you. Who could deny someone with tears in their eyes searching for her missing brother?
依頼を引き受けてあげたいのは山々なんだけど。
Well, I'd love to accept your order, but I was in no state to work right now. It needed to go after Cerez too.
イブさん、ちょっと耳を貸してください。
Yves, if I can borrow you for a moment. Donna moved away from the wheelchair and began whispering in my ear.
ですね。これはナディアには心配かけないように秘密にしてるんですけど。
Let's see. I'm keeping this secret so Nadia won't worry herself to death, but
多分リュカさん、うちのシアンさんに誘拐されちゃったみたいなんです。
I think Lucas was, well, abducted by our friend Cyan. Huh? I barely managed to keep from exclaiming.
誘拐ってなんで先生が間違いないの
Abducted? Why him? Are you sure about this? Donut nodded silently and told me that Cyan had given his staff a temporary leave of absence. Which should probably say a lot, because... They get a vacation? We get a vacation? It just so happened that some of Donut's subordinates saw their guards carrying someone similar to Lucas to the cells. He continued whispering in my ear.
どうしてシアンさんが彼を捕らえたのかは僕にもわかりません。ですが、
I have absolutely no idea why Cyan would capture him out of nowhere, but
なんだか猛烈に嫌な予感がしまして。なので、イブさん、
I have a bad feeling about what's happening. Which is why I wanted to ask you, Yves.
セレスさんを迎えに行くのなら、どうか彼のことも一緒に助けられるよう、シアンさんを説得してくれませんか
If you're going to go after Cerez, would you perhaps convince Cyan to let him go?
その代わり、というのもなんですが、住人や近衛兵の目をかいくぐって移動するお手伝いをしますから。
I know it's not a reward, but in return, I'll help you move without being seen by the public or the guards.
それは
I like the little star they put after his.
逆にこっちからお願いしたいくらいかな。
I was actually gonna ask you for that. Fortunately, it seemed like I can now move as before. So if I went to the Institute now... Flashback.
君が先代祖父の亡骸を埋めた場所に向かいその墓を暴け
Go and see your grandfather. Once you arrive where he sleeps, unearth his grave.
彼が君に背負わせまいとしたリコリス・ノワージュの真実がそこに眠っているはずだ
The truth behind Alicris Neorch's mission he did not want for you lies there.
どうか間に合ってくれ彼女の秘密を知れば
Please
シアン・プロフィワーズは
do make it in time. If Cyan Broflies discovers her secrets,
神ではなく悪魔に落ち彼女を殺す存在となるだろ
you will fall from being a god to a demon and bring about her death. I knew I had no time to waste. But I also couldn't ignore the words I heard from the man before I blacked out.
ごめん。その前に少し寄りたいところがあるんだけど、いいかな
I'm sorry, but there's somewhere I need to go before the Institute. Do you mind? Going on a field trip. I felt as though someone in my genes was telling me to take action now. After recent events, it was likely that no one expected me to be walking out in the open with two innocent children. I'm not sure if Donut's considered a child, but... okay. I hid my face with the hood of my cloak, walking through the shadows of Colleen still in chaos, while pushing Nadia's wheelchair. My grandpa and my parents were waiting. They slept in the field of Lycoris Neorges as guardians of those detested flowers. No, for a while there, I had this wild theory that he was actually Salome's son or something. That would have been interesting. There had been a familiar relationship. So he did say he sees Sign as like his uncle. And he did say that Salome or Cyan's hair color reminded him of his mother's. And Cyan has the same or very similar hair color to Salome. And they knew each other way back when. So So I had this like wild theory that they were actually like brother and sister. And the reason she hated him was because she didn't want to be a reliver, but you know, he forced her into it. But then something happened and she had to abandon Donut. And it was like a whole thing. Of course I couldn't have Donuts or Nadia go near the Licorice Neorges, since they weren't accustomed to the area. I asked them to wait in the dirt road, away from the field, where I was now standing in front of the grave disguised as rebel.
最後に訪れたのはついこの間のはずなのに遠い昔のように感じるな。
I only came here a short while ago, but it already feels like ages since I've been here. The difference was that she was here with me to pay respects to my grandpa. I knelt before my family grave and put my hands together in prayer. I could tell, even with my eyes closed, that the two of them were looking at me with curiosity from afar. I wasn't surprised, as I had seen no one else offering prayers in the way I was taught. I never thought of it as strange myself. It was a family tradition of ours for generations.
懐かしき漂流者の末裔にして我が魂の友よ。
The descendant of the long-gone drifter, a friend of my soul.
長きにわたり私との盟約を守ってくれたことを心から感謝する。
I give you my thanks from the bottom of my heart for keeping the covenant with me all this time.
今この場をもって君をその残酷な契約から解放しよう。
I will now release you from that cruel contract. If what he said to me was true, I must have seemed like a truly mysterious creature to other humans, including my eating habits. Yes, very much. Gently
じ
caressing.
いさま、始祖様。ゆっくり眠っているのにごめん。
Grandpa, my ancestors, I'm sorry to bother you while you all sleep.
俺たちがどうしてこのリコリス・ノワージュの花園を守ってきたのか、その理由を知るため。
I came here to learn why our family has been protecting the field of Licorice Neorges.
そして彼女の真実を知るためにその眠りを妨げさせてもらう。
And the truth of a certain girl I know. I'm gonna have to wake you up for a moment. I wasn't fully recovered, so digging up a grave was a lot more tiring than I expected, but I somehow had it in me to finish the task. Did he like bring a shovel or something? Inside the coffin, one skeleton remains, but a fire-resistant pot. I lifted up the lid to look inside at the large amount of ashes that had been stored after my family's cremation. In our Pachel, when a reliver died, their bodies were discarded and burned instead of buried. But my family was different. My grandpa and my parents were in a single pot of ashes. I took a long, deep breath. I then sank my hand deep into the ashes. If there wasn't anything inside the coffin, the only other place it could be buried would be in the ashes. My guess was right. My fingers hit something hard, which I grabbed and pulled out.
これは古い本。
For an entire book to be in there, that must have been a big pot. I carefully opened and turned the pages so that they wouldn't tear and read the handwritten words. Pretty bookmark. At first, it looked strange and illegible. But as I flipped through the pages, I slowly began to observe and understand the unfamiliar language written inside. The first word that caught my attention was,
植物学。
is this botany? I wasn't familiar with this word. It went on to explain in detail how to raise plants, with information on a variety of flora. Every detail inside was knowledge that had been imparted to me by word of mouth. I quickly headed back to Donuts and Nadia, sharing the information inside the book. I flipped through the pages again as they looked on in surprise. This is a book of knowledge left by a certain person who drifted to this land. A diary left by the drifter, who was apparently my ancestor, and the last of his studies, which he hid.
私はここよりはるか東方の地より訪れた行商人だった。
I found it interesting that his ancestor was the drifter. I was a merchant from a faraway land to the east, far beyond the ocean.
商売のため西洋の大国に向かい海を渡っていたはずが。
I sailed through the tumultuous ocean to go to the countries of the west to conduct business, but
嵐による漂流と死の海域に巻き込まれ、このいびつな国へと流れ着いた。
I was caught adrift by a storm in the deadly waters that carried me to this twisted country. Everything about this country is strange. All the people live only until 20 or so years and prepare for their deaths early on in life. The sight of such an oddity made me ask,
君たちは一体何を言っているんだ。
what in the world are you people doing?
人間とはたった23年で死ぬ生き物ではない。60、70を生きて当然。長いものは100年以上生きることもあるだろう。
Not here. Humans live much longer than 23 years. Most beyond 60 years of age, and some even reaching 100 years. I told the people the truth about the outside world. In other words, the natural lifespan of human beings. I was shocked to learn that the people of this country, our Bachel, could only live as long as 23 years. I was certain it would be difficult for them to understand. Yet many laminated about their lives being shorter than those far from here. They soon began to murmur amongst themselves that their short lifespans were because the god of death cursed their land. Hearing that I possessed knowledge from beyond the ocean, I was invited to meet the most brilliant scientist in the country.
私に人々を救うための技術を力を
I wanted technology and power to save the people.
なるほど。では君にこの生命の神秘を綴る本を託そう。
I see. Then let me share with you this book that details the mysteries of life. I mean, these books would be interesting to read. Sensing his passion, I gave him a book from my own possessions. A book on genetics that came from a place more advanced than my own homeland.
私の授けた知識でどうかこの国の人々を救ってくれ。
Please save the people of this land with the knowledge I have shared with you. I was planning on giving him the other books I carried, which contain a vast array of knowledge, but no matter how much I argued that he should expand his knowledge outside the field of medicine, he simply wanted nothing to do with it, due to his country's shared desire to be released from the curse of death. I then gave the Book of Translations to a family fascinated by the written word, who expressed a love for literature. I sold the way of martial arts to a family born with tremendous strength, as a way to help them harness their powers. Botany was the last book, which I decided to keep because of my lifelong interest in growing flowers. While I was worried about the fate of the country's scientists, I could do nothing about their lack of interest. Having obtained knowledge unfit for their culture, they quickly turned mad. They tried to capture me for study, since I was the only one with abnormal longevity compared to their own people. Did they just, I don't know, ask for a blood sample? Unable to escape from the island, I went into hiding with the help of my future wife. Since then, I have kept myself hidden, living with the intention of making this my home.
正しき命のあり方など彼に教えるべきではなかったのだ。
I shouldn't have given him the knowledge of how life should be.
どうか私が授けたこの書で悪魔を生み出す前に自らの過ちに気づいてくれ。
So please, I ask that you use this book to learn from those mistakes and to prevent any more demons from being born.
でなければいつか
Should things be left as is,
君たちの力人間の魂を持たぬ悪魔が生まれてしまうだろう。
a demon without a human soul will one day be born from your very blood. I knew it to be certain after hearing the scientists had begun to research on the process of cloning. Which makes me wonder, how advanced is the country that the book originally came from? If they have the general knowledge of cloning. How much time has passed since then? I am no longer certain. After my wife's spirit departed, I lived with my newborn child when a young man calling himself Death appeared. He told me that he was the one who planted the flowers of misfortune, the Lycoris neoges throughout the land. Among the possessions I was able to secure on my boats were Lycoris bulbs I intended to sell, but Yeah, given how old-fashioned the setting is. Makes me wonder about the, how the outside world is, how advanced they are. I haven't planted them, nor sold any, since the country is already filled with lycracies. I held my breath as I read past the surprising events of the past.
イブさんのご先祖様が
So Yves, your ancestor is
絵本にも出てくるあの漂流者様
the drifter from the storybooks?
改めて他人に言われると全然現実味がないね。そんなすごい人の血を継いでたなんて。
When you put it that way, it doesn't seem real that I have the blood of someone so amazing. He even wrote about how he met death. I took a deep breath with Donut and Nadia. That is like quite the bomb drop on him. It seems our exotic approach to food and our unique customs were traditions that had been passed down through the family. The fact that this book was in the grave was proof that my grandpa knew this too.
でも肝心のリコリスに関しては全然記述がないな。もっと先にあるのか。
But I haven't seen anything so far going into detail about the lycracies. Maybe it comes out later in the book? I quickly skimmed through the pages, as Donut and Nadia peeked from each side to see what else was in the book. I would too.
あった。リコリスに関する記述だ。
Ah! There! Something about the lycrace flowers.
あれ？でもこれリコリスはリコリスでも色が全然違いません？
Huh? They're lycraces, alright. But isn't the color a little strange?
本当ねアルペシエルのリコリスのオアージュは真っ黒なのに
You're right. Aperture's licorice nearges are black, but
この5本に載っているリコリスはリンゴのように赤くて可愛い
the licorices in there are cute and red like apples.
赤いリコリス。
Red licorices? I took a closer look to discover that the licorices were the same color as the hair ornament I gave to her, which I think we lost. Next to the drawings were words written messily in this country's language.
リコリス・ノワージュ。いいな。我が故郷にも咲き誇る彼岸花と呼ばれるこの花は
The licorice New York. No. The flowers that bloom here are known as higabana in my homeland.
本来は災いを呼ぶ花ではなく災いを吸い取る花である。
They are known as flowers that can absorb misfortune, not bring misfortune. Flowers in the Amaryllidaceae family, such as Higanbana and lycraces, possess a biochemical that caused allelopathy. This suppressed nearby plant growth and kept away pests and harmful microorganisms. There was also a unique effect that attracted specific compounds from the soil and the air. In my homeland, we planted those sorts of plants on the roadside for antibacterial purposes and to keep the rats away. Which is why I was puzzled Why the people of this country refer to them as the flowers of misfortune? Perhaps
アレロパシー効果によってこの国を覆う呪いの正体にして全ての元凶
Heliopathy is the true source of the curse that had overtaken this country. It was plants all along!
土壌の毒素を吸収しその身に宿しているからだ
The toxins found in the dirt is being absorbed by the flowers. I found a piece of paper between the pages, which was written by my grandfather, who added his notes to supplement the material.
我ら一族はあらかじめその真実を知っていた死神との契約に従い
Our family knew the truth beforehand, and in accordance with our pact with death,
ではこの国を守るため私たちが君に代わり国中のリコリスを育んでいくとしよ
in order to protect this country, we will gladly raise and nurture the flowers on your behalf. Such a covenant was put into place.
う。なに私のことなら心配するな。帰りたいという願いはとうの昔についえた。
Don't worry about me. My wish to return to my homeland has long disappeared.
ならばこれからはもう二度とは会えぬ尊き信念を持つ友のため
If so, I must take action for my noble friend, whom I will never meet again.
疎まれる命を生涯をかけて育てていくと誓おう。
I promise. I will nurture those detested lives for as long as I live.
美しき死神よ。いつか再会できた時には共に酒でも飲み交わそうじゃないか。
My dear, beautiful death. We will drink heartily together once we meet again. To fulfill that promise, the drifter changed his name, appearance, and age, discarding any qualities remaining of his homeland. I relied on my botany book and my lifelong interest in plants. I shared knowledge on cultivating wheat, solving the famine plaguing the country. I negotiated with the royal family to acquire rights to the surrounding land.
この国を守るためあの黒き花園を育て慈しみ続けてきたのである
To protect this country, I nurtured and cherished those black flower fields. Such is the truth behind the wisdom that will be passed down to my grandson Yves. The death that the drifter met wasn't evil at all, but good.
土壌の
So the soil is
毒
poisonous? That was why.
この国の人々が23年しか生きることのできない
That's the reason
全
why
ての原因
That's the reason why the people of this country can only live up to 23 years. So this curse was actually a phenomenon that could be understood through science. Yeah. Wait. So that meant
彼女につきまとう不幸の原因も
the misfortune surrounding her. Could the events around her be explained through science and prove her innocence? Don't think any further. Stop while you're still ahead. Such were the warnings that surged through my genes, making me close the book when... He's been listening in all along.
そうか、そういうことだったのか。
I see, so that's the truth.
これで全てがつながった。
Everything connects perfectly now.
誰だ
Who's there?
誰だとはご挨拶だな、クルーン。
Don't tell me you already forgot, Karun.
いや、漂流者の末裔にしてリコリス・ノワージュの守護者よ。
No. Guardian of the Lycoris Neorges from the bloodline of the Drifter.
心から感謝するぞ。お前の提供した情報とこの娘の遺伝子によって。
I sincerely thank you. The girl's genes and the information I shared with you have finally yielded what I needed.
俺はようやくこのアルペシェールを呪いから救うことができる。
I'm finally able to save Arpachel from this curse.
誰だとはご挨拶だな、クルーン。
Don't tell me you already forgot, Karun.
いや、漂流者の末裔にしてリコリス・ノワージュの守護者よ。
No. Guardian of the Lycoris Neorges from the bloodline of the Drifter.
心から感謝するぞ。お前の提供した情報とこの娘の遺伝子によって。
I sincerely thank you. The girl's genes and the information I shared with you have finally yielded what I needed.
俺はようやくこのアルペシェールを呪いから救うことができる。
I'm finally able to save Arpachel from this curse. In front of him was a panel of light, displaying my blood test results and... From his transmitter, the truth behind the Lycoris Neorges that was kept hidden within the Yves family. Cyan showed joy like never before, upon gaining access to the two truths. Cyan, was that Yves' voice?
お前の出生、リコリスに絡むクルーンがどうにも気になったのでな。しばらく監視と盗聴をさせていた。
I was always suspicious of Karun's involvement in your existence, so I've been eavesdropping on him for some time now. So does that mean he heard our our whole thing with Yves? There's a little bit of the invasion of privacy. Over the transmitter, I heard the doctor being pinned down by Yves. Dr. Capuchin. Dr. Capuchin. Huh? Huh? What's the doctor doing here? What's this about eavesdropping? Nadia, don't go near him. Something isn't right. Something wasn't right from him from the start. Sandbro flies. Are you satisfied now? Now return the collection you stole from me, from my lab, as well as the Lycoris girl. Oh gosh. That girl has more beautiful genes than Nadia's. Worthy enough of becoming my doll. She's too good for you. He's such a creep! Ah! I can't hear. Don't move! I could hear Yves' voice more clearly once he took the transmitter from Dr. Capuchin. Cerez, you're there, aren't you? And what is this about using your genes to save the country? Yves, I don't know myself. I only heard about it now. Maybe what he's trying to say is that the blood of death was found in my blood. Sand chuckled, as if he was mocking me for still believing in such nonsense.
お前の中に流れているのはある意味死神よりも希少な血だぞ。
I'd go so far as to say that your blood is far rarer than even death's. On the screen were my blood test results. My genes were displayed in double helix with the chromosome formed into some kind of insignia. Cyan continued to chuckle as he touched the stone slate again. Next to it appeared a new analysis report.
思った通りだ。染色体の数や状態が常に変動し、
As expected. Your chromosome counts and states are dynamic.
人間を示す状態とリゴリスを示す状態間の変化を絶えず繰り返している。
It seems your body constantly changes between the state of a human and that of a Lycoris.
こんな症例が現実にあるとは。まるでリゴリスそのものが人の形をとったような存在じゃないか、お前は。
You surprise me to no end. You're like an actual Lycoris flower in the form of a human.
でたらめ話だと断じ、ろくに調べもしなかった過去の自分をこの手で殺してやりたい。
If only I could go back in time and kill myself for not doing my due diligence in investigating petty gossip. After a moment of silence, with an unknown fear building inside, I carefully began to speak to Cyan, who was excited beyond character. I don't blame him. This is a huge discovery, so. Did you just say that I'm like a Lycoris Neosh? I wasn't sure what he meant by that, but... Cyan brought the transmitter to his mouth and laughed in a mocking way. His excitement is kind of cute. He then expanded the display of the chromosomes that were taken from Yves. Something wasn't right. His chromosomes didn't look the same as the genes of the others in the country. If I had to describe it, it's so beautiful. The people of the country, myself included, had black-colored genes, but a portion of Yves's genes were translucent in certain areas.
数十年の時を経て最後の答え合わせといこうか。漂流者の末裔よ。
After years and years of waiting, I believe it's finally time we come to a conclusion, descendants of the Drifter.
なぜこの国の人々は23年で死ぬのか。なぜこの娘は死神と呼ばれるのか。
Why do people of this country reach their end by the 23rd year? Why is she known as Death? The talented scientist who saved this country by sacrificing countless lives made a triumphant statement.
奨励名をつけるのならば、エラービルシュ。
I shall name this unique condition Error Virsh. Yay! Partial name drop.
土壌に潜む毒素が23の染色体を侵食することで発症する遺伝子疾患の一種だ。
This disease is a genetic disorder triggered when the toxin found in the soil erodes a person's 23 pairs of chromosomes. After repeatedly reviving myself, I finally obtained the weapon I needed to refute the existence of death. The result of genetic activism from the drifter who came from beyond the ocean. The blood of Karun, exhibiting traits of his ancestors, proved that the genes outside this country were starkly different from ours. I still lack the details, but apparently this toxin was unnatural and had proven quite potent. So potent was it that it mutated the genes of the humans when it first appeared hundreds of years ago. What that meant was descendants also inherited these mutated genes across generations. How did this play upon our supposed curse? Soros's blood proved that the mutated genes caused an abnormal effect when they bound with oxygen in the toxin. To be exact, the effect encroached upon the 23 chromosomes of humans, killing one pair every year. This led to the impairment of the human function of cell division and eventual death. That was the true identity of what everyone attributed to the curse. The toxin in the soil eroded the human body and destroyed their genes. This effect began the moment a person was born and took their first breath. In other words, it was an inescapable curse. This held true for Karun, who merely inherited the drifter's genetic pattern. Humans could escape this curse only if they were born outside of the country. So I wonder how the ground became so toxic. I'll probably explain that at some point. I assume that the Old Death knew about the toxin and the effect of the licorice neorges, which was why he came into contact with the Drifter, who knew how to raise the flowers in order to protect this country. As for why the licorice neorges were black, they absorbed the toxins in the soil. Aquilon and last loot. So cutting or plucking those flowers would lead to an obvious result. The toxins would be released and affect one's chromosomes, leading to death. This was the truth behind the flowers of misfortune.
So そのリコリスの恩恵を持って生まれたのがお前だ、死神の娘。
And you were born with the blessing of Lycraces, maiden of death. So that means you knew both of my parents, Cyan?
知り合いというほどでもない。生来少し珍しい体質だった被験者として印象に残っていただけだ。
Nothing intimate, of course. They remain in my memory because they possess some unique physical attributes. Unique physical attributes?
相当数の遺伝子の病、遺伝子疾患を有していた。体が弱かったのもその影響だろう。
They carried multiple types of genetic diseases, or rather disorders to be exact, which explained why they were so weak. Wait a minute. Does that mean my parents committed suicide because of some kind of disease? She was born when her parents' genes were unstable, and in a field of lycraces that absorbed the toxins within the area. Her birth was immediately followed by the mutation of her genes. In other words, it was from the lycraces that she gained the function of allelopathy, which only plants should acquire. So if her parents hadn't, off themselves in the field, I guess, would that mean she would be a normal girl?
故にお前はリコリスの性質を持つ化身そのもの。人間と花の間を行き来する 特別な生命。
This is the reason you are the manifestation of the Lycoris flowers, a unique existence that possesses both human and Lycoris traits.
だがそれは通常の人間よりもはるかに多く土壌の毒素を身に吸収することを示す。
But that means you carry within you an abnormal amount of toxins from the soil, far more than a normal person.
という仕組みだ。少しばかり長くなったが理解できたか？
And there you have it. It took a while, but I take it you understand now. So, you're telling me the reason behind the deaths around me and Yves suffering from the curse isn't a cure, curse, or a coincidence?
なあ、すべてお前の影響だ。
Yes, it's all your fault.
本人の許容量をオーバーした毒素は死のフェロモンとして周りに漂い、
When you absorb toxins beyond your limits, it's released in the form of a pheromone. I just realized, this is why when she's in the Lycoris field, this is why she sees them as family.
それを長期間吸い続けた周囲の人間を23歳を待たずに死に至らせる。
Those who absorb your pheromones of death for a prolonged period begin to die before they reach 23 years. But the fire 7 years ago.
お前の仕業だ。この毒素は発火性も有しているのだろうな。
That was also your fault. It seems that the toxin is highly flammable.
空気に充満したお前の毒素とその場にあった薬品との化学反応で火種もないのに爆発が起きたと見た。
So that explosion occurred when the toxins from your body blended with the chemicals there, causing an explosive reaction.
現にクルーンとの再会の折、似たような状況から爆発が起きたと豊島から聞いているぞ。
To prove my points, I heard from that witch that a similar kind of explosion occurred when you reunited with Karun. But then what about Hugo's memory crash?
例のハッキングによってメモリーが弱っている対象にお前の毒素が追い打ちをかけたのだろう。
The hacking must have weakened his memory bank to the point that your toxin had an adverse effect on his body.
短期間の滞在やすれ違う程度なら急に呪いが進行することはないが。
I doubt that a short period of contact would accelerate that person's countdown to death.
不安定なメモリーを弱体化させるにはそれだけで十分だ。
But your effect is sufficient to weaken someone's already unstable memory. Unable to bear the truth being thrown at me, I finally crumpled to the floor, wrapping my arms around my own shaking body. I could hear Yves gasp from the other end of the transmitter.
ならセレスは
Then Cerez's.
そう、もはや比喩やデタラメではない。その存在だけで他者を死へと誘う。
That's right. The title given to her is no longer just a nickname. She truly is an existence that causes death. Yeah, so I guess it was a combination of the two that did Hugo in.
科学的に証明された正真正銘の死神だ。
It has been proven through science that she is indeed death itself.
残念だったな。こいつが普通の女の子だと証明することができなくて。
I'm sure that doesn't bode well for you. After all, it is now impossible to prove that she is a normal girl. The resistance Yves showed for my sake was all in vain. I was the same death who killed so many. An existence that should have died back then. I harmed Yves and killed his dear partner. I existed to bring an end to all people. Can't see that. Crying sounds. I thought I heard something break. This was something far more horrible than the truth behind the curse. I learned the truth of despair.